All right, boys. We are live on Twitch and YouTube. How's it going? We've got an absolutely gigantic day for the unemployed lined up. So this former fan, I'm guessing he's a former fan of idubbbz. He dropped the inevitable content cop idubbbz. Now, I say this is inevitable because it's clearly been building up to this moment for a while. Like, I shouldn't have to explain that at this point, especially if you see my other videos on idubbbz. So now, I've seen the first 20 minutes of this video, and getting a quarter of the way into it, I was like, all right, this is pretty dope. I kind of want to watch the rest of this on stream, see what everyone else thinks. I don't know where he's going with the rest of the video, but the first 20 minutes is very solid. The production value in general, pretty quality, very well-made video. And he definitely seems to be a former fan. He seems to have a good grasp on everything that's been going on with Ian for the last few years. I think it'd be interesting to check out. I'm curious the rest of what he has to say. But after that, after we check out this content cop idubbbz, I'm probably going to be playing Fallout New Vegas for the rest of the night. Lately, I've been hooked on Fallout New Vegas. I've been playing the game on and off ever since it came out. But recently, in the last week or so, I've actually fully modded the game so it's playable and stable on PC. And I've been diving more into the world, the lore, all that other stuff. Because I never actually finished Fallout 3 either when I was younger. So sitting down to actually play through some of the game has me hooked on Fallout New Vegas lately. So I'm more than halfway through the game. I just ruthlessly executed the Brotherhood of Steel per Mr. House's orders. So we're going to be following the plot from there. I don't know. Maybe I'll finish Fallout New Vegas tonight. Who knows where that's going to go. But we're going to watch Content Cop idubbbz, and then we're going to finish off with Fallout New Vegas. I just quickly want to pour up a bit because this Content Cop on idubbbz is a long video. And we're here for it, but we're here for a big one tonight, is what I'm saying. Got to get a little loose. This video is going to be an hour and a half before we get into New Vegas later. And I'm not sure if I'll start off on 1x speed, but I'm a serial 2x speed viewer. Terminally, I view everything on the internet at 2x, except for TV shows and whatnot, but I hardly even watch TV to begin with. So, considering this is an hour and a half long as well, might have to speed it up to 1.5 when we get into it later. But we'll see how I do on 1x for now. I'm going to spark up, give people a chance to hop in the chat before we start off. Recently, I helped out my cousin's boyfriend with a lot of computer shit. And he hooked it up with just a bunch of free weed being sent my way. So that's big ups to him over there. We're broke over here, but we're still stoners. Feeling good on a Thursday night. I hope this guy in this Content Cop video, I hope he's able to go through, I mean, it's an hour and a half long, so it's probably very in-depth, but I hope he covers how Anissa got into his life and then leading up to the present day. Don't get me wrong. I'm not the biggest hater of Anissa out there. Largely speaking, I just find her annoying. Although, all that aside, she absolutely is responsible for a good bit of, the extreme personality changes we've seen from Ian over the years. It's just There's no other way around it. If you know all the history, the lore built into this situation, I'm telling you, Anissa is the catalyst for it all. This is like a textbook example, too, of how a man can let a woman ruin his life if he doesn't stand his own ground. But you guys will see when we get into the video in a minute here. I'm not even gonna lie, this is probably like my 5th joint of the day. Blunts are my favorite, but when I'm trying to save my weed, make it last, joints. Also, they're cheaper. It's just easier to, you know. Nice little ashtray. Getting a little smoky in here, nothing crazy. All right, we'll save the rest of that for later. I say let's start getting into this. So, like I said, this guy is clearly some sort of like former fan of idubbbz. Not entirely sure what made him bite the bullet and actually make this video, but I guess we're gonna find out here. So, you check this out. His name's Cameron F305. Shout out to him. And just to spite idubbbz, and this is hilarious actually, because there's this whole like creator clash charity thing, all that drama. He's trying to do a fundraiser on this video to see if he could out fundraise creator clash, which I mean, hey, you know, 3,200 is not nothing, but obviously he's got a long way to go. I think that's great. I would donate, except I am totally broke. I literally have like maybe $4 in my bank account. But before we dive in, check. All could have been avoided if Ian just squatted 2 plates below parallel. Facts. Okay. Yeah, that's true. That goes way back. Some random 20K YouTuber managed to capture the essence of content. He did. Like, you'll see in the first few minutes, immediately with the intro and like the tiny skits, really captures the feeling. It's obviously not the same, but you know. Content Cop's not a man. It's an idea. An idea kept alive by those who answered the call. Yeah, no, he certainly answered the call. Yeah. It is impressive. Oh, wait. Repeatedly calling him Anissa's husband. Yeah, dude, it's not just a running joke, though. Like, few people sleep on this hard. Ian legitimately changed his last name to Joma. He actually took her last name. That's no bullshit. That's 100% true. Whatever his name was before, because I forget. He never really talked about his last name much, but he's officially Ian Joma by law, which is crazy to think. I mean, it's just, I mean, enough of all this. Let's jump right into it.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship. Stop it, I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I'm any better than any of these people that I was making content videos on.
Yeah, pulling up to the police department just to do this.
Go back.
This is the dedication I want. You know what I'm saying?
Hey there, folks. I'm your...
Yeah, right off the bat, it's not much, but the fact that he nailed the intro like that, it's nothing crazy. It's just a few basic skits, but like, it really adds to the vibe. I'm telling you. Yeah, like, man, could you imagine if Ian was actually still capable of doing this? Like, there's so many good people to do these videos on these days too.
Local content cop. I make sure everyone's content is up to par, and if it's not, I will bring them to justice. We've all made content that we're not very proud of. You know, maybe you made music for a very controversial project that you might regret, or maybe you went on stream and...
Yeah, that sounds oddly specific. I remember he said that. He's like a music channel, or like a lot of his videos have been centered around music before. Yeah, that's definitely some kind of inside joke.
Shouted that America deserved a terrorist attack. I'll spare you any further examples. But on today's episode of Content Cop, our theme is friendship. Today we're going to be talking about a former great on YouTube that has turned into one of the biggest disingenuous, hypocritical, spineless pussies that I've ever seen on this website.
Yeah, that sums up pretty much a lot of people's feelings about idubbbz these days. I'm a little less hard on him, where I feel like I understand how he maybe never had a whole lot of experience with women when he was younger, and then all of a sudden he ends up with Anissa and eventually winds up marrying her. It's like I can see how he maybe has just been lost for a while. I don't know if he's like I feel like he's largely unaware of the way that he's been acting all these years. I feel like he doesn't really get the mess that he's gotten himself into. He seems like just totally not present every time he speaks. It's hard to explain.
That's right, we're going to be talking about Anissa Jamha's husband, idubbbz, otherwise known as Ian. Some people call him Ian. I'm going to be calling him Ian. Oh, come on, Cameroon. You're just mad that idubbbz doesn't say the naughty slurs anymore. He's very mature now. I think you need to grow up.
It's got nothing to do with the slurs. So many people make it about the slurs. It's like, no. He just, in general, is spineless these days compared to how he used to be. It's got nothing to do with the language. It
actually has nothing to do with it. I honestly could not care less what kind of words he uses in his videos. Also, that maturity narrative is complete bullshit. He does damn near everything that he apologized for to this day. Most importantly, we're going to be talking about how dog shit his content is now. But
and that's what I've been saying this whole time too. Like when I first criticized his Content Cop H3, I got a little bit of shit for it in the comments, but like, I'm telling you guys, the quality is just taking a fucking nosedive. He has not been the same for years. And like, Content Cop H3 had so much potential, but he made it all about this like super petty drama that he had going on with Ethan. And it's like I've been saying, there's so much stuff to criticize H3 for. And it largely focused on, we were never friends with you, so that's why we backstabbed you. But we were actually friends with you, and that's why it hurt us when you said shit about us, and like, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I just don't know what Ian thought he was thinking, like, was doing.
Before I get ahead of myself, let me fill you in on why we're here and who we're going to be talking about. If you're very keenly aware of this situation and you just want to get on to the video, here's a timestamp, or you can use the chapter feature on YouTube. Otherwise, let's get into it.
Classic.
Welcome to the Filthy Frank Show.
idubbbz gained popularity with his collaborations with Filthy Frank & Co., as well as his edgy and offensive humor seen in Kickstarter Crap, Bad Unboxing, and Content Cop. Despite being really funny at the time, his offensive vocabulary would likely not fly on YouTube today.
Oh, it's a single piece of paper that says...
Nice. Friendship.
Now let's bring in one of his close friends for...
I mean, come on. At least just as far as shock humor goes, come on. Like, it's kind of... Him not doing that anymore is not the reason his videos are bad, but like, come on, every now and then it's kind of funny. Like, just saying.
For over 8.5 years, Ethan and Hila Klein of H3H3 Productions. Their videos together marked some of the most iconic collaborations during that era of YouTube. As times changed, so did the creators. Filthy Frank went on to become Joji, Max Mofo and Anything for Views would start their channel, Cold Ones. H3H3 would focus on their podcast, which didn't go without its own controversies over the years, which left idubbbz to move on and try different types of content like documentaries on any...
Yeah, Sam Hyde destroyed this man. If you're like, for whatever reason, just getting in on this lore right here. Sam Hyde was the turning point for Ian, where he truly went off the deep end. Like, a lot of people attribute it to Anissa, rightfully so. She's the one that kind of dug her claws into him deeper throughout the years. But Sam Hyde, after that situation, Ian's never been the same. That's where the real turning point was.
Enigmatic figures of the internet. As Ian moved away from his old content, he would run into a few of his own controversies, which we will be dabbling into today. But what I really want to nail in here is throughout all of that, H3 always stood by Ian, even at the expense of his PR.
No, this is absolutely true. Like, I think Ethan was a little out of line for acting like he was owed the public support from Ian and Anissa, but like, he did stand up for Ian and Anissa when it mattered for them, and he really took all that shit head on in the moment years ago. I'm not saying that like idubbbz makes it out to be like, oh, we don't want our relationship to be transactional, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's not about being transactional or not. It's just a matter of like genuine loyalty and authenticity. Like, are you our friend? Are you willing to say at the very least our house is not littered in dog shit? And it's like, if you can't do that, I mean, what are you for me? Like, I get where Ethan's coming from after this all snowballed into something bigger.
After his documentary with Sam Hyde, Ian's content would really start to lose his soul, which we'll get into later, but let's fast forward a bit. Enter Hassan Piker.
We think that America deserved 9/11. Bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
A hype beast, polarizing socialist streamer, and former co-host of Leftovers, a show on the H3 podcast. Hassan and Ian were very friendly. Everything was fine until...
The truth is, Anissa's the one who really wants to get in with Hassan. Like, Anissa's, for the longest time, wanted to involve herself with their kind of community they got going on, and she wants to kind of like, she chases status like that, I swear to God. 90% of the reason I think that Ian is actually siding with Hassan has to do with his wife telling him to do it. I really truly believe that, because Ian is not that like well politically versed. I'm no political commentator myself, but it's like, I've listened to hours of his podcast. Trust me, I know all of Ian's takes. None of them are anything special. He really has no clue what he's doing there. And like, whether you love or hate Hassan, because he certainly has a lot of popularity, a lot of people really don't like him. The fact of the matter is he's very controversial. There's just no way around that. Whatever you say about him, good or bad, it's going to be highly controversial. So like, the fact that Ian has snuggled up this close to Hassan in the first place, I think is just a really bad move based on how controversial he is. Like, Ian did not need to get himself into this mess, especially when he has some sort of charity event coming up. And now that whole thing has been tainted. He's pulled out from it. I keep thinking back to the last few weeks, the last like month of shit that he's been up to. And I just keep wondering, like, why did he ask for this? Why did he do this to himself?
The October 7th Hamas attack on Israel, which led to a falling out between Ethan and Hassan. More on that later. After a long back and forth, this rift peaked with Ethan's return to H3 Productions releasing content nuke Hassan Piker. While Ethan's fans praised it, Hassan's fans and orbiters like Denims and Frogan did not, which drew the attention of Psychopath, Bad, and Bonado. Trust me, more on him later. Since then, Ethan has been harassed by multiple snark subreddits, had CPS called on him.
Yeah, and look, Ethan made his bed when he fucking got in bed with all these people. He kissed up to these people for the last few years. Ethan was willingly profiting off of being closely attached to them on the internet. And now he's getting burned and he's like, oh, poor me, I'm the victim, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I do think largely people are out of line for going after Ethan Klein the way that they have. But like, Ethan did kind of like, he didn't have to get involved in this mess in the first place. I think it was really stupid of him as well to even get involved with all these controversial people. He had a good thing going.
His kids, and even had 2 human skulls sent to his house. Meanwhile, Ian's former editor Froggy Tonic, whom Anissa, Ian's wife, was still publicly engaging with on Twitter.
Yeah, by the way, Ian was like Anissa's third option. I swear to God, this is well documented. Anissa wanted to hook up with Leafy is here. That's been like proven. There's like actual evidence for that out there. You could go find it if on your own time, if you're really curious. And then on top of that, she wanted to hook up with this other guy that she's talking about, Chris Raygun. I think he's about to talk about. She wanted to hook up with him. Both those guys turned her down. Then she went to Ian. And then Ian is the guy she ended up marrying. So like, that's like, people sleep hard, but that's the true lore.
Started posting tweets harshly attacking Ethan and Hila with misinformation. When Ethan asked for Ian's support, he chose to stay out of it, until he didn't by choosing to release a dogshit video titled Content Cop H3. With all that out of the way, let's continue. Ian, that one was for you. I hope burping is
Funny
still
burp.
To start, let's look at Ian's video, I Miss the Old idubbbz, and see what his principles are now that he's above his old edgy content.
This video is where his reputation actually totally sunk. Before this video, people still largely gave him the benefit of the doubt. He wasn't in this giant like PR mess. This video was after the Sam Hyde documentary. That was the real turning point. But this video is where he really like sunk the dagger into his old fans. And that's where they started like hating on him.
Made some cruel, hurtful content. The content I'm talking about specifically are content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on.
Yeah, you know, back then he was morally grandstanding, and how dare him. But oh, today he'll happily morally grandstand over Ethan Klein, his old friend of like 9 years, because it's convenient for him to get cozy up to Hassan. It's like, yeah, seriously, massive hypocrite.
And I'm not. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
Okay, so content cop videos were apparently bad. Ian doesn't think it's okay to morally grandstand and thinks that content cop videos are hurtful and cruel.
Someone disappeared, huh?
No, he's just his chin disappeared.
This shit was hilarious back. I can't. That's what I mean. Like, you could do this on H3. I got no problem with him criticizing H3. It's just make it about something other than your stupid, petty, personal beef. Like, talk about how garbage Ethan is in general, at least.
So instead of changing your content cop format to not morally grandstand or whatever, you do the same thing, but instead of the use of slurs, you just make a hit piece on your friend of nearly 9 years. Then you include people like idubbbz, who have promoted malicious misinformation that has directly led to in real life harassment of Ethan's kids.
Yeah, Ian keeps conflating, like, people are blaming idubbbz for the CPS call. Nobody is blaming her for it. Yeah, obviously she's going to condemn it after it happens. But, like, she absolutely was irresponsible in spreading, like, the rumors that built up to the CPS call. I think Ethan was stupid for being so open and, like, not keeping any privacy for him and his family, stuff like that. But idubbbz obviously knew what she was doing by promoting this narrative that his children are just rolling around in shit. You know what I mean? She's not fucking stupid. She knows that if she says it enough, if she like mainstreams it, that somebody is going to act on it. So I don't like that Ian tries to play off like she's just innocent. She's been getting attacked.
Harassment or are you anti-harassment?
I can recognize that you did not deserve the hate.
Good to see you in the chat.
That I sent your way.
I would make, you know, a couple videos, the content cop and the content deputy, and then I would say, okay, I'm done. For me, it was done. It was not done for the people who watched my videos. It was not done for the person who was being harassed.
And I talked about that in my video. He literally said that on his podcast like 3 weeks before he dropped Content Cop H3. And like clearly throughout that podcast, you can tell he wasn't even planning on doing a content cop on Ethan. But then obviously like Hassan or somebody had to come to him and tell him that it was a good idea, something like that, because he just threw all that bullshit he said on his podcast out the window, and not even 3 weeks later harassed the fuck out of Ethan on a content cop as he described it. It's like, I just don't understand. Does he not remember what he says? Like within the last month?
I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3.
I don't know, maybe you just lack empathy?
I have always thought that I was an empathetic person. I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability, empathy. It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32, I've acquired empathy.
No, Ian. It is pathetic.
You know,
It is kind of pathetic. I understand what he's trying to say, that he's become maybe more sympathetic for people than he used to be. But saying that you've just never felt empathy till age, if that's true, it's kind of actually wild. Like, he comes off like he's trying to make amends for it, but it's more like a question of, what? So you never felt empathy before 30? Like,
my empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up. But it,
yeah, what a perfect excuse. You haven't filled your empathy meter enough. I'm sorry I folked you over, sir. But alas, my empathy meter is only 3/4 the way full. Ian, you were 27 while making those videos, but you're telling me all of a sudden over 5 years you just, boom, gained empathy? I'm sure it had nothing to do with the fact that you would not have been able to make that content in the post-2020 adpocalypse era of YouTube, given the fact that you were teasing a new content cop before that.
Well, no, he could have still made that content. Like, people try to say that, oh, the demonetization was becoming a problem and that's why you can't be super critical on YouTube anymore. That's not entirely true. He basically just had to stop saying the slurs, which is fine enough. Nobody really cared about the slurs either way. Like, they added a level of shock humor to the videos, but the videos were good because the criticisms and the entertainment value from the skits stood on their own. It had nothing to do with the shock humor. Like, you get rid of that, the monetization is fine. So he could have kept doing it.
But no. It's because you decided to start caring and feeling empathy. Where was all of this so-called empathy in the H3 content cop? You never mentioned CPS in your video, and your veiled attempt at empathy was only sprung by the YouTube apology ratings guy not changing his rating for Ethan's apology video.
But I asked him if I hadn't responded the way that I had, how would the video have ended differently? And he said, oh, absolutely.
This doesn't make you look good or caring.
Yeah, I can't believe that he actually flew out just to talk to the guy to change the apology word. You couldn't have done it over, like, Discord or whatever. Like, he paid money for a plane ticket. It's just ridiculous. He's already, like, losing money, burning through money as is, too.
In any way, it makes you look manipulative.
I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich.
Ian, you are a massive hypocrite.
And do you know what else is massive?
We're gonna take a pause from the H3 drama for a moment and take a look at Ian's changed content. It's fucking dog shit. Unlike Ian, I'm actually gonna try to provide some context here. idubbbz would crack well over 1 million views for every video he uploaded since mid-2015. This was until 2022 after things began to dwindle for him, as his videos went from well thought out comedy videos or goofy bad unboxing videos to ranking playground equipment.
Yeah, I think that the viewership drop off is largely because he just pissed off enough people to, like, stop giving a fuck about him in the first place. But more than that, he lost all his confidence and he just, it didn't have the same kind of, like, punch to it. Like, his videos after his whole, like, stupid apology, non-apology, hating on his old self video, he just has lost his whole touch. Like, he does not have whatever that it is anymore. I swear.
Put it simply, this content is boring and genuinely unfunny.
You can get pretty dangerous with swing sets, especially if you're doing it side by side with another person.
And this isn't because
that guy drove to a playground just for that bit. This is the kind of effort I want to see.
he's not doing commentary videos anymore. Whenever he does, those suck as well.
My studded leather sash gives me 8 strength and 8 agility, which, no. Let's do that over again. Why did I say agility? 8 strength and 8 stamina.
It's very evident that Ian has lost a sense of humor. Maybe this is a side effect of gaining a 1/4 bar of that empathy meter, but it feels like he's lost any sense of irony. In this video, he basically makes a pseudo content cop on carton arcs.
I thought this was justified. If you're an OG on my channel, you know that I dropped a video criticizing carton arcs. I'm not a big fan of the guy. There's a lot I could say about carton arcs, but I did watch Ian's video on carton arcs. Ian's video was trash. Honestly, my video was better, and I made it years ago. So, like, justified criticism video, but Ian has lost his fastball.
Was very poorly received. It's just very apparent that Ian just doesn't get it.
Yes, it's very easy to call.
Ian didn't make any good arguments in his video. I actually like what I had to say about carton arc, obviously, because I said it. I made the video. But you could go check that out on my channel. Ian's video did not really get the point across.
People unhinged. Another word you can use is disabled. Their brain isn't working like yours or mine. For some people, they feel like they have to answer the door.
What the fuck? Yes, Ian, responding to someone in public who's talking to you makes you disabled. Ah, you're a retard. You're fucking retarded. You're disabled. Because you respond to someone in public, you're fucking disabled.
Yo, is this person fucking retarded?
Yes. Before you say that people stopped watching because he stopped doing all the series that he was known for, he tried returning to bad unboxing, but it just felt soulless.
Good craftsmanship. Oh, I like that. I feel like a little pupil. Oh, it's big girl panties. You think I'm gonna wear this? I'm not a large. I'm a medium, homesprung.
You could just tell he's having more fun back in the day. Like, whatever it is that he used to have, he's lost it. You can just see how much he's not enjoying it anymore.
He didn't allow people to send in fan mail, probably because he was scared of his own audience.
I've learned a lot since the last bad unboxing. Number one, do not trust strangers to send you packages.
Like, nobody cares about the packages that your wife ordered from your Discord on Amazon.
Yeah, and asking strangers to send you packages is like the whole point. I still don't get that part. Like, he started vetting what people could send him, and the whole point is you want to show off like the weirdest, wildest, goofiest shit. And you can't just like pick and choose like that.
I want to see the whimsical shit that your audience sends you to get a reaction out of you.
I'm Jewish.
The only good piece of content around this era was his collaboration with Max and Chad, not only because it was nostalgic, but because Max and Chad are genuinely funny.
Create Clash. Punching, boxing, fighting. Money. Money? Sponsorship. Manscaped. Yeah. idubbbz.
Failure.
Charity. I was just kidding.
Max and Chad haven't aged one day. Meanwhile, Ian just looked like he got out of rehab for meth. Most underwhelming reunion I've ever seen. If this was Ian from 7 years ago, this would have been a lot less dry. I feel like he's constantly trying to be on his best behavior for the mob. It's very clear the juxtaposition between Max and Chad versus Ian. Ian looks depressed, damn near soulless, and
Yeah, he said at one point in his video with Anthony Padilla, Anthony Padilla's I Spent a Day with idubbbz, he said at one point that he just kind of like disassociates randomly at different points throughout the day. And he thought that it was meditation, and Anthony called him out. He was like, yeah, no, that's probably not a good thing. You should probably get that checked out. And idubbbz just like totally I swear to God, Anissa has broken his soul. It's sad.
as a former fan of idubbbz, it was hard to come to terms with the fact that Ian just isn't funny anymore, which sucks.
Alpha Bravo, this is Flaming Pegasus. We're out here looking for Deputy Washburn.
I like the effort.
Been missing for a while.
I like to see this. He's trying. Let him cook. Where is he? Where is the old idubbbz?
Two placed.
Pegasus, I don't give a shit. Over.
The ass scratch is cute.
Before we get on to our videos,
I mean, like, those skits were pretty simple, but, like, I appreciate just the fact that he went out of his way to do them. It adds to it, you know? He's trying to capture the vibe.
focal point, I feel it's important to give a bit of context on some people that are pertinent to the situation with H3. First up, we have Sean Damn it, I said people who are pertinent to the situation.
Solve all of our problems, we would have socialism at this point. If someone just went out of their way and
So first,
yeah, that guy is absolutely psychotic. I've seen a few clips of him here or there. He's a fucking nut job, just straight up. And actually, I saw a clip of him talking after the Content Cop dropped about how he didn't know that he didn't have to say something nice about Ethan at the end, that he just bullshitted everything he said that was supposed to be nice for Ethan. Because he found out after that Hassan didn't say shit at the end of the Content Cop, and he was like, that was an option? I just fucking... what a piece of shit to actually, like, give such, like, a disingenuous, like, olive branch to the other side. Dude's a piece of shit.
First up, we have Frogan.
I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers.
She's just dumb. Everyone at this point, if you're involved with this situation at all, if you're familiar with this, you're all familiar with Frogan at this point. She's just fucking stupid at the end of the day, more than anything. I don't know why she.
U.S. military? Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
The next day.
Doubles down,
Oh my God,
triples down.
No student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base? Base?
A Hassan Orbiter, Twitch streamer, and moderator for Hassan Piker. Other than her close association to Hassan and just being extremely unlikable, Frogan is notable for being kind of the first domino to this situation. Oh yeah, also she was twice nominated for Rising Star of the Year at the Streamer Awards. On October 7th, after Hamas's attack on an Israeli music festival, Frogan tweeted this.
Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as what happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong.
After this quite insensitive tweet, Ethan Klein quietly unfollowed her on Twitter, which caused Frogan to have a giant meltdown. She started tweeting a bunch of shit and crashing out on Discord and went on stream and started throwing shots at Ethan Klein.
If you are so fucking close-minded that you can imagine that the suffering of an Israeli person is valid, then you're lost. And the same goes for Israelis. And again, I say this till I'm blue in the fucking face.
Bro.
It's not wrong to think that a terrorist attack against an innocent group of people is gross, especially while acknowledging the many problems with the Israeli government. This would just cause a shit-slinging match between Ethan and Frogan, and before we go further, we need to introduce our next character. Enter idubbbz. She is a much more popular Hassan waiting room, and for whatever reason gets a lot.
Yeah, I wonder why she's more popular, right? Okay. I wonder why.
more attention than Frogan, which I'm sure has everything to do with her riveting.
Yeah, at least when I see a idubbbz clip compared to a Frogan clip, yeah, at least she's easier on the eyes. It's just the least you could say.
Even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15. You have maybe 1 or 2 memories. The average age of adults' earliest memories is 3.5 years old. You're not really forming memories at 3.
Huh? Just fucking... Dude, this chick's a piece of work, I swear.
A group including idubbbz and Frogan hosted a panel at TwitchCon where they created a racial tier list. At the top you had Arab and at the bottom you had Love Sabra. And if you know what Sabra actually means, not the hummus, then you'll understand why it comes off as racist. I wonder who appeared in that tier list.
Person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist.
Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah,
it has to be.
That's easy.
Now let me introduce the top of this little pyramid scheme we got going on here, Hassan Piker. If you'd like a more in-depth history on Hassan, I'd recommend watching this video by June the King. It goes way...
June's video is actually really good. I've seen June's video before. June in general makes awesome content. I love all his shit. But yeah, Hassan, it's just like, if you already aren't familiar with him, dude, there's too much to go over. That's the truth. Go look into him yourself. Not a lot of people are a big fan of him. He's very controversial. What's up in the Twitch chat? Good to see you, Sri Lanka.
Go into today, and the link will be in the description. To briefly summarize Hassan's content, he's an extreme leftist political streamer with breathtaking boots on the ground coverage.
We did it successfully. We stopped Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine. Or maybe that was never gonna fucking happen. Like I said, it was never gonna fucking happen. They'll be like, tomorrow, there's a war tomorrow. There's a war tomorrow, there's a war tomorrow, there's a war tomorrow. And the tomorrow never comes. And when there's no war tomorrow, they're like, you're lying. You're fucking lying, dude. It's gonna happen.
He's also grade A at taking criticism.
I believe you've done a couple.
Yeah, he is literally possibly the single worst person when it comes to handling criticism on the entire internet right now. I don't even think that's controversial to say about him. Even if you love him, hate him, whatever, it's like the dude can just not confront direct criticism. He doesn't even watch any critical videos of himself, which even if they piss you off or whatever, you have to know the way that you're coming off to other people if you're going to adjust accordingly. I don't get how he's unable to look in the mirror.
Videos about how dog shit I am, I think.
Did you watch the videos?
No, of course not. I have a policy of not really watching videos such as that one.
Yeah, Willie Mack made a very, honestly reasonable video against Hassan that had nothing to do with his politics. And one of his biggest criticisms of Hassan is that he doesn't even watch criticism of himself. So it's like, here he is actually talking to the guy, telling him outright, it's... Willie Mack absolutely just won by default. This was wild.
Specifically because it will frustrate me.
I've gotten numb to the criticism. It's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out now.
You want to debate about a video you didn't even watch?
Why? Yeah, of course.
And he also has this quirk of blaming everything or assuming everyone who disagrees with him has ties to the disgraced political streamer Destiny.
It's 100% like fucking rabid Destiny fans, dude.
It's quite the strange deflection considering he fits that category perfectly. He's also known for deflecting criticism by blaming the genocide in Gaza.
Go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
But the main takeaway is Hassan is a socialist grifter and a walking example of a hypocrite down to his lifestyle and actions. Our next character isn't necessarily a friend of idubbbz, as far as we know at least, but he is a central figure to this situation. Bad empanada.
That was a jump scare. Damn. That actually kind of got me.
Is a psychopath that nobody, including Hassan, likes.
I'm never gonna watch a bad empanada video on the stream. I'm just letting you guys know. You're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay? He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that. I have an official blockade on bad empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath. He is not just mean on Twitter. He is the most insane person on Twitter.
That is until Bad Empanada started going batshit crazy towards Ethan Klein. Then Hassan and his orbiters started peddling him constantly.
Oh, dude. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, critical support to Bad Empanada has gone up by wide margins now, okay? Oh, dude, Bad Empanada went from bad to good empanada. Bad Empanada went from bad empanada to based empanada.
It's so shameless. It's like, just from like, forget the politics involved, forget like all the controversial opinions, just from a pure strategy standpoint, how do you openly behave like such a hypocrite and not expect to get any criticism for it? I don't get it.
To show a really easy example of why Bad Empanada is a psychopath, here's a clip of him playing a game looking to shoot and kill IDF secretaries. For those who don't know, Israeli-born citizens are required to do mandatory IDF military service, including Ethan's wife, Hila, who was a secretary.
I'd like to pay...
Yeah, so Ethan's wife, Hila, was a secretary in the IDF, which is like the Israeli military, whatever you want to call it or whatnot. Thing is, she was legally required to do so. She had no like genuine interest in being in the military, anything like that. It was mandatory for her. So like criticizing her on that point is totally moot. There's just what is she going to do? Go to prison at like, you know, under the age of 20 over this bullshit? No. And so this guy went on, he played a video game where he killed a bunch of IDF soldiers pretending that they were Ethan and Hila. Now, I don't think playing a game where you kill soldiers is necessarily bad, but I do think it's a special kind of fucked up that he had some weird twisted parasocial intention of like murdering the Kleins as he did it. It was kind of, it's just like, what are you doing with your time? You know?
A tribute to Ethan Klein and the new Twitch TOS that declares Zionism. Zion is the slur. I'd like to pay tribute to him by playing the first in Al-Aqsa video game where you kill Zionist soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter, which is the glider level.
This is very extra. It's very unnecessary.
Is the Israeli army a bunch of Ethan Kleins? Like, they're all on a fucking Ozempic binge. They don't understand what's going on around them. They haven't noticed me. Where do they keep the secretaries? In here? I'm hunting for secretaries right now. Secretary got...
Another example of this guy.
Yeah, you have totally lost the plot with what matters in your life if that's what you're spending your time doing.
Just being a fucking peach is when he used out-of-context clips to paint some narrative that Ethan and Hila's children were contracting giardia and other unknown diseases from eating dog shit and trying to paint Ethan and Hila as bad parents. Oh, and of course Denim's reacted to it and promoted the idea of CPS being called through her chat.
Covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit. I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something.
Yeah, so this guy was really pushing that narrative and then Denim signal boosted it kind of. And like, again, I still give Ethan shit for just openly saying all this stuff about his family, talking about his kids eating dog shit like that. Cause he did open his yapper about that shit. But even still, you don't just like capitalize on that by like riling up your audience to potentially call CPS. Like Denim's obviously did not directly cause it, but she indirectly promoted that. And I would say knowingly did so.
And CPS did end up getting called, which Bad Empanada tried to take credit for. For the sake of this video, I'm just going to list everything else on screen that he's done. Just take a look if you're interested. This final character is also a big part of
Yeah, he's even more controversial than Hassan. Bad Empanada is even more controversial, which it's very difficult to be more controversial than Hassan. So that'll just give you a little bit of insight.
dominoes falling between idubbbz and Ethan. It's idubbbz former editor Froggy Tonic, not to be confused with a fighter who was kicked off Creator Clash 2, Froggy Fresh. The reason this guy's relevant is because he kept tweeting heinous shit towards Ethan and Hila, as you can see on screen, all the while Ian and Anissa were openly and publicly interacting.
Yeah, this guy was a former editor of idubbbz, and he basically hates the Kleins now because of political disagreements with Ethan.
With them.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, like I said earlier in the stream, Ian changed his last name to Anissa's. He is Ian Jomha. There's no way around that. He took her last name. He's making it really difficult to beat the cuck allegations. I'm just saying.
Is that her last name? He's taken her last name.
What can you say about that? What can you do?
Testing. Hassan's Piker. Testing, 1, 2, 3, pussy, testing.
W
Hello,
effort.
Henry Handjob reporting live on the scene. As you can see behind me, we have the woods where it's believed disgraced former detective Ian Jomha is residing. We have some major breaking news that he has been identified as a suspect for content uniform malpractice, otherwise known as cum by professionals. Other members of this gang, Socialist Griftorio, is known
Empathy, guys. He has the real empathy for everyone. He's mature.
known as Hassan Piker and who can only be described as Grimace from McDonald's. Back to you, Margaret. idubbbz is very spineless. Along with his hypocritical nature, idubbbz was too much of a pussy to piss off his new friends instead of defending his close friend of nearly 9 years who was being harassed.
I don't think he had to defend H3. It's the fact that he pretended that he didn't want to get involved and then he got involved in it. Okay, H3 is not entitled to people publicly supporting him, but idubbbz reacted in the worst possible way. He totally escalated this, like, very unfairly.
Harley Morenstein of Epic Mealtime recently did an interview where he talks about how he defended Ian and Anissa back during Creator Clash 2. It feels like these are the types of things that you normally do for friends. Of course, the friend I'm talking about is H3 Productions. Ethan and Hila were constantly defending idubbbz to a fault, I would even argue. You can argue it's fair to say that maybe they didn't want to get involved, and that's fine. But what's not fine is ignoring your friends after they ask you to denounce the egregious behavior of someone who at one point represented you and is currently being signal boosted by you. The clip I'm about to show you is from the episode Snark called Child Protective Services on us.
If you want to hang out with those people and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know.
In her chat,
yeah.
Which I'll show.
With
Denims is actually participating in this whole Child Protective Service lie. Child Protective Service is even the worst thing. I mean, she's said worse things about you and me. I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that. The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Anissa, Ian's wife, never responded. And what's hilarious about this whole thing is when Frogan was crashing out on stream about Ethan unfollowing her, Anissa was in her chat comforting her, saying, he'll realize what he's saying isn't the best in a week or so. The cowardice behavior continued until it became pretty clear that idubbbz probably agreed with what Froggy Tonic was saying, as he talked about it on his podcast.
Ethan's upset with I think some of our connections.
No, Ian, it's not your connections. It's people you openly call friends.
No, seriously. And like, again, that he said that he didn't want to get involved. And then he goes on this podcast and talks about Ethan and the whole situation without backing him up. For it's like, Ethan had a very valid crash out after that podcast drop.
More on this later, but what a cop-out way to phrase this.
We want to stay out of the drama as much as possible. We don't want to pile on.
Yeah, Content Cop came out like 3 weeks after that, after he said that. It's ridiculous.
Oh, is that so?
I had a lot of friends when I did my apology that did not fuck with it in the slightest.
Yeah, they didn't agree.
And they still don't fuck with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit. Your apology was pretty useless and dumb. And although he's made some slop, I think Moist Critical had a pretty good take on the apology, which I agree with. I'll link the video in the description as well.
Don't agree with it. And I don't really expect them to come to bat for me or anything if they don't agree with it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't expect them to speak up, period, on any of it.
I appreciate that they don't.
Right here is the core of why I'm showing you this clip. He doesn't agree or doesn't care about what's happening to Ethan and Hila. Maybe he just disagrees with some take that Ethan has on the conflict, like that there should be a two-state solution or that Hamas terrorists should also be condemned as well as the Israeli government. I don't know. Maybe there's some behind-the-scenes shit we don't know about. Maybe he doesn't fuck with Ethan calling people out who encourage harassment against him and his family.
I'm sorry to everyone that I made content cop videos on. We want to stay out of the drama.
We are friends with Denims.
You did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way.
No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good
Beautiful.
ass whooping is what he needs.
Even when we don't say something, they think we're saying something.
Our silence means something.
This is perfect. This is what we needed. We needed somebody to compile it all into such, oh my God. This is what everyone means when they say he's a hypocrite. There's no way around it. I don't know what else to say.
It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure you...
W effort.
Come on out, Ian. Where you at, Jama?
Hey, Stingray. Turns out Detective Washburn is no good. We're looking for a police impersonator. This is Bernie Pegasus. Do you come? Stingray, do you come? Fuck. Sir, have you seen this suspect? No.
All right, that got me. That actually did get me to chuckle.
Just calm down, son. It's just a drawing. That's good.
Has anybody seen this man?
Have you guys seen this man?
The pants.
Seen this man? Don't worry, it's just a drawing.
It's kind of corny, but I do appreciate the effort. He's trying. He's putting in more effort than Ian.
Now, folks, there's a new sheriff in town. Now let's get down to why we're here. My lieutenant just informed me that there's police impersonation afoot, and I gotta bring him to justice. Ian recently uploaded a Chon Top on H3. Remember my first point?
I'm sorry to everyone that I made content cop videos on. You did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way.
Yeah, Ian, you're a hypocrite. Hypocrisy aside, like his other more recent content, I'd like to talk about just how bad this video is. This isn't a content cop. His Carton Arcs video, as bad as it was more of a content cop than this video. This is like an idubbbz complains. It's a shitty video about his personal feelings on H3.
That's what I said too, is that he kind of just rambles about his personal beef with Ian and called it a content cop. And it's just not, this video is way more of what a content cop is supposed to look like and supposed to watch like compared to, it's just a hour-long bitch session.
Poorly edited, it makes horrible points, it's not funny, and again, it just feels soulless. But despite all of this, it's still his best performing video in 3 years.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope...
And just like that, the 1 minute and 30 seconds of hope that we had for this video is lost. The video immediately derails with this person's inclusion. Kevin.
Seriously though, like, and it's regardless whether or not you love or hate Hassan, he was the one in the feud with Ethan. You tell Ethan you don't want to get involved, and then you side with his bully. It's just like, of all things, forget the political implications. Ian's just a garbage friend at that point, and he's playing both sides the whole time he does it.
Okay, this video sucks. What are you doing? This is not it. No! Denims?
Yeah, this was bad.
Mr. B!
Ethan,
oh,
wake
dude.
up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan.
The dumb skit aside, this feels like more of a taunt than anything. I'm not sure how this is going to prevent harassment against your close friend, as you say you're so morally against.
We don't condone harassment.
Just 3 weeks before that video. It's ridiculous.
We don't
kind.
condone harassment of any kind.
Cameron, we're all here to see you lampoon the skit. Please, Cameron. There isn't much I can say regarding the skit that hasn't already been said itself. I'm sure you want me to make fun of it further. Yeah, the Fortnite dance was retarded. Sorry, oh, a token. This just isn't a funny sketch. And what
Oh, damn. I didn't catch that at first. That was a good one. That was clever. You're very clever, Cameron.
baffles me the most about this is that in the past, Ian has made impactful and funny sketches that improved the overall video, but this just falls flat.
If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan.
No, dumbass, it's you, and that fact has become very apparent over the past couple of years. Quite honestly, I should have known that the second you decided any of those tattoos that make you look like a reformed.
Yeah, he has openly said in his podcast, again, I've watched hours of the She Ruined My Career podcast multiple times over, only because Kino Casino covers all of it. Ian and his wife have literally outright said that they just go to the tattoo parlor and look through the book and pick whatever they think is cool at the time. There's no deeper meaning behind any of their tattoos. It's literally like if you went to a vending machine as a child, put a few quarters in, and got a bunch of temporary or whatever. But this is legit. This is the real deal. That's how they pick out their tattoos. I'm not even kidding.
Skinhead looked good to you. Maybe it was the LASIK surgery that went a little too deep into your eyes and melted your brain. Maybe Sam Hyde kicked you too hard. Cameron, please stop being a cyberbelly.
I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Yeah, Hassan has the political know-how. The same guy who before this conflict couldn't even locate Yemen on a map.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm close.
This is actually a big deal for someone like Hassan, who is supposed to be talking about geopolitics all day, and he can't even like find the country he's talking about. Some like, it's kind of a what the fuck are you even thinking doing this live?
I'm closing it. I think nope.
Hassan was very well equipped.
Nope. Got it. We stopped Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine. Or maybe that was never gonna fucking happen, like I said!
That doesn't mean that he's never well equipped to talk about anything, but like those are some real lowlights for someone who's supposed to be like well versed in this shit like him.
What kind of humiliation ritual is this video? You fucking moron.
Nation says that may be a war crime. It literally is.
I was just eating the toppings, and the pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
It's very clear to anyone with a functioning brain how this kind of editing could easily be used maliciously. And this type of malicious editing plagues this video.
Yeah, he was trying to say that Ethan is not well equipped to argue with someone like Hassan, who's supposed to be more well versed in all of this. And I think the way that he presented it was a little manipulative because, you know, I don't particularly care about the political conflict and whatnot, but Ethan has every right to just say whatever it is that he feels. I mean, you can't just totally discredit everything he says by saying that like Hassan does this full time and Ethan doesn't. I mean, you have to actually tackle the actual arguments that are being made. And idubbbz never went into depth like that. He just said that Ethan isn't an expert, which is like, I mean, even if that's true or not, you have to at least debunk what he says. You can't just say that he's a goofball.
There's plenty of times in this video where cut context is intentionally left out. Ethan actually already responded to this edit directly, showing that he was making commentary on the conflict at the time, as you can see.
He is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel.
No, he's not. He's on numerous occasions called out the Israeli government and the IDF.
The Israel government is fucking barbaric, genocidal freaks. And I hate them.
All right. I think Ethan is a little purposely ambiguous with that. Like, I think Ethan is really guilty of playing both sides when it's convenient for him. But like, idubbbz still is not like attacking anything specific. He's just saying that Ethan is a hypocrite and he's not an expert. And the rest of the video is just idubbbz bitching about his personal conflict with Ethan. He doesn't actually debunk anything. And like, I'm here for it. I don't have a stake in the politics that are at play, but like, there's no actual real criticisms of H3. Goku Naru made probably the best content cop style video on H3 that there is out there. And idubbbz video wasn't even half as good. It's such a waste of potential.
And even begin to talk about how fucking bad faith it is, not to mention that Gila's military service was mandatory. It's not like she was psyched to serve in the IDF.
And that too, like he pretended like Gila wanted to serve for the Israeli military. Nobody with a functioning brain, like he said, believes that.
Follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer.
No, he isn't. Half of his streams are just him eating and watching Skibbity Toilet. Throughout most of this video, Ian's points fall very flat. There are many occasions where he shows clips of Ethan that have nothing to do with the point he's trying to make and make Ian look really stupid. For example,
so when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
In what way is that propaganda? The river to the sea, that's the whole thing. It's extremely reasonable to understand why people rightfully believe that.
Other day, BB.
Yeah, I do know very little about this conflict, but I am familiar with that phrase, and I do understand that people have different interpretations of it. The fact of the matter is, if enough people interpret it a certain way, and enough people interpret it a different way, both of those people are in their own echo chamber, and they think of one thing when they see it, they think of another thing when they see it. It's like, you can't just like invalidate. If so many people feel that it means this, then you should at least be somewhat aware of that when you say it, even if you don't agree with what it's trying to say.
Fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
In his past content cop videos, there was kind of this unspoken rule that Ian was kind of against criticizing people for things that they've taken accountability for. So the malicious use of this clip is pretty sour. Hila misspoke, apologized, then took a break from the podcast after clarifying. What's the problem?
He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, Frogan and Denims. And Denims, by the way, was the real villain.
Okay, these people are antagonizing him too. You can say, yeah, he is fighting with them, but he's not necessarily starting all of these fights. Again, I think Ethan involves himself with this stuff too much, but we cannot act like Denims or Frogan or any of them are acting in good faith with Ethan. Nobody buys that.
The video. Evil, hateful fucking... And I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people, oh no.
Bitch. Don't worry, Ethan, I got you. Ian pulled all of these clips out of context to make Ethan look like he was just attacking people without reason. Matt Lieb unprovokedly attacked Ethan Klein on his podcast, then platformed Bad Empanada. Frogan, as I said earlier, crashed out over Ethan silently unfollowing her on Twitter. And this last clip was a stream called My War on Snark, which was the second stream after the CPS incident. Ethan was calling out Denims for platforming Bad Empanada by showing and promoting his video where he falsely claims that Ethan and Gila's house was covered in dog shit and that the children were walking around eating the dog shit, which led to a false CPS report that Ethan's family had to deal with.
Okay, again, Ethan probably should not have been sharing that stuff so publicly on a live stream like that, but it was a very bad faith interpretation from Bad Empanada, Denims, and them. Like, nobody legitimately believed that CPS would be reasonable to call on them, but it was like really mischaracterized is the whole point to get across.
Wow, with that context, it seems perfectly reasonable why Ethan would be upset at these people.
And Ethan should be upset with them. He should.
Before we continue, I want to make it perfectly clear that I do not believe that following someone on social media equals the endorsement of that person. I myself follow several people that I disagree with and or dislike. However, Ian seems to be trying to weaponize this argument into something that it is not. In this part of the video, Ian is talking about his former editor, Froggy Tonic.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she's like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and idubbbz feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
All right, look. I think they probably should back up their friend. But again, I don't think Ethan is entitled to it. So, like, I think Ethan is a little out of line just saying that they have to be doing that. But again, the problem here that makes idubbbz more in the wrong is after this clip came out, that's when idubbbz went to involve himself with all this situation and badmouth him on the podcast while saying at the same time that they're not getting involved with it. it's just disingenuous to try to act like, I mean, Ethan at the very least just felt like he was under a lot of pressure and he had a friend that he could turn to. And if you're not going to involve yourself, then don't talk about it. But idubbbz involved himself and then teams up with his bully. What can you say about it?
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists.
No, you know what your fucking former editor that you follow on Twitter is saying. You know what Ethan is bitching about when he talks about it live. It's disingenuous to act like idubbbz is just not in the know.
For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty.
For all we know, what do you mean we do know? Anissa was literally engaging with him throughout all of this, but besides that, you literally confirm it yourself.
I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that. You don't know what's on my feed. I'm not going to retweet it or like it. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago, what the fuck is happening? Truly mean shit.
This contradiction makes this entire point fall flat very quickly, and it's honestly pathetic how little effort went into making this video.
He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure.
A bunch of other shit? You barely scratched the surface. Oh, boo-hoo, he called someone the C word. What did he actually say, Ian?
Who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before.
Just because they're trying to make Ethan crash out doesn't mean it's an invalid crash out. I'm just saying, like, again, I don't think idubbbz has to support him publicly, but like Ethan has a lot of reasons that are valid to be pissed off.
Baba Booey.
What the hell happened to you, Ian? You went from well-researched videos to crediting snark subreddits to make your point. The cherry on top is the person who made this post apparently isn't even the same dude the snark is talking about. And this was found out less than an hour after this video's release.
Fucking the Gaza Strip, whatever it might be, I'll talk about it, no matter how ignorant of the facts I am.
Oh my God, this was him like 9, 8, 10 years ago. That's crazy this guy dug that up. Holy shit. Who'd have thought this would be relevant today?
That's one very important thing to keep in mind, guys. I'm not a researcher. I'm a dipshit.
Also, I think Ian has just ruined the word crash out for me. He calls Ethan's behavior crashing out on the stream where he talks about CPS getting called on his kids.
Okay, hang on. It is crashing out. The question is it a valid crash out? Some crash outs are valid, but it's all the same.
Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
This is a point Ethan responded to in his latest video where he also reveals that 2 human skulls were sent to his house. If that's a crash out, it's a reasonable crash out.
Valid crash out. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of fucked up.
I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional.
But like, again, not that you have to support him, but it's true. Ethan did stick his neck out on multiple occasions for him and Anissa. So it's like, you don't have to, you don't have to capitulate to what he wants. But like, at the very least, you can admit that he's been a better friend in the past.
I don't entirely disagree with this point. Yeah, it's not cool to have an ultimatum, transactional type of relationship. However, wouldn't that make you a hypocrite, Ian? You give him a lot of ultimatums in this video.
It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. Maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship.
Aren't you kind of doing the same thing?
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just
my empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up.
And I essentially empathize with that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knows what that word means. I don't know why he keeps bringing it back to that. Like, it's just, nobody views him as more mature. It's just the truth.
Yes, Ian, the moral arbiter of empathy. I'm glad you filled up your empathy meter a little bit more before making this fucking hit piece.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit. Like,
a lot of people have been wondering who Adam McIntyre is. Adam McIntyre is the guy who called out Colleen Ballinger for sending him her panties. A lot of people are wondering like where so he was the guy who called out the Miranda Sings chick for talking inappropriate with him in group chats and all that. And he kind of, after calling out Colleen Ballinger for all that stuff, he kind of like leveraged it into his own thing he's got going now. So, because a lot of people have been wondering who he is. That's kind of where you might know him from. The chick with the ukulele apology video. The guy who called her out for the ukulele apology is Adam McIntyre.
The lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan.
They never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
Yo, is this person fucking retarded?
Yes. This situation isn't near identical in any way. H3 and Trisha weren't close or even friends at the time of this happening. They had no reason to publicly stand on anything, nor were they asked to. When they asked you to denounce the crazy shit your former editor was saying, you guys ignored them.
Because they're...
Again, it was worse than ignoring them, though. idubbbz doesn't have to stand up for them, but he also shouldn't go on his podcast and pretend to stay out of the situation while engaging in it directly. That's the snaky hypocrite behavior.
Trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves.
What a fucking liar, dude.
But you guys weren't staying silent, dude. You made a tweet joking about the situation. Anissa was out there in Frogan's chat after the whole Twitter incident.
Facts. And then they went on their podcast.
And then you went out to make a statement about it on your podcast. If you were trying to stay silent, you did a pretty fucking awful job.
This guy knows his shit. He's caught up on the lore. I'm telling you guys.
Some people call it like a lol cow.
I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish.
That's a lie. That's been proven patently false. Just absolute straight up lie. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't fully aware of this. Maybe he believed it in the moment when he said it. But I assume this guy's caught up on the lore. He's about to debunk this.
That's awfully convenient. What, Anissa's half Lebanese? Well, it turns out she might not be, according to Yoko Ono herself. I'm actually like 50% Irish. I peed on myself in the shower. No, I've been peed on. 25% Italian.
What the fuck? Who is she talking to?
8% Arab. Now, maybe let's give her the benefit of the doubt, despite the fact she constantly talks about her heritage. Let's say idubbbz is just being hyperbolic. It's still quite a stretch to add 42% of your heritage to something and call it half. Keemstar is more black than Anissa is Lebanese.
Damn, that's, wow. Actually, that's one of the hardest dunks of the century. You really can't refute that. It's damn, that's actually, oh, this is embarrassing. Oh, shit, bro.
Shout out to Nicholas Diorio.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression.
Wait, is he really trying to play victim points for, he's trying to get brownie points for the Irish genocide? What? No, oh, this is sad. This is pathetic.
And attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar.
While this is true, this feels like a weird and unnecessary oppression tug of war. And do I have to state the obvious here that Ethan and Hila are both Jews? I know this is a deep cut, Ian. You may have never heard of this, but like, I think around 6 million Jews were genocided in this little obscure thing known as the Holocaust. Huh. I wonder what Anissa's take is on that.
That's a really hard question, and I think if people are being 100% honest, they'd give you a different answer than what you're expecting. As terrible as the Holocaust was, obviously it was horrendous, and how disgusting the doctor was that did the experiments on people, gay people, handicaps, twins. I think that's, and obviously they were obviously Jewish. Or they did it on Jewish people. They found a couple of really groundbreaking discoveries through that experimentation.
you caught us. We're not gonna.
Yeah, I think she confused the Germans with the Japanese in that situation. If you don't know about what the Japanese did during World War II, look up their experiments that they conducted. It's some of the most dark and horrendous shit humanity has ever participated in.
Run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
Ooh. Yeah, Ian? Oh. How long did it take you to come up with that one, buddy? It's very malicious the way that this is phrased, as if Ethan and Hila actually care about who Ian is following on Twitter. It's the people you guys claim to be friends with openly.
Spineless, I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know, yeah.
Which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denims is
Denim.
actually participating in this whole child protective service lie.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan and Hila are good people.
Okay, but like you're siding with her in this like direct situation that you're both lumped into at this point. At the very least, he's valid to be frustrated that you're taking a strong stance against him. You teamed up with Denims to do the fucking Fortnite dance on his ass. Like valid crash outs from Ethan.
3 is clearly upset that Ian is admittedly friends with Denims. Denims openly promoted the idea that Ethan and Hila are bad parents and their kids are walking around in shit and eating shit and catching diseases. She then justified everything after CPS was called on H3 and is a terror-supporting rape denier who's yet to apologize for anything. Other than the CPS thing, which was barely an apology and it was made after the content cop. So yes, Ian, I question anyone who chooses to be friends with Denims or would openly call her a good person. You also gotta love
Yeah, she's not a good person. I'll say that outright. She's controversial. I understand some people like her, some people hate her, whatever. Based off what I've seen of her, at the very least, I can say she's not a very good person. It's one of the, honestly, colder takes about her, but it's a valid point.
This revisionist history, the same level of friendship.
I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend.
You guys were friends for nearly 9 years. You've called Ethan and Hila inspirations. You've met his family, and now he's just a light friend? By the end of this video, what are you gonna call him? An acquaintance? Another internet creator?
Yeah, we've been respected.
It's bullshit. He tries to play both sides where it's like, oh, we were never that close with H3 to begin with, all that, blah, blah. Even though there's like mountains of evidence against that, he's saying that it's valid for him to betray Ethan because they weren't friends with him at 1 minute. And then the other minute he's saying, oh, you guys betrayed us. How could our friends, Ethan and Hila, betray us and blah, blah. And it's like, so were you friends with him and were you betrayed by him? Or are you never friends with him in the first place? And that's why it's okay to betray him. He plays both sides. It's really stupid.
You as independent content creators.
Yes.
I don't know. I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
Oh.
Yeah, because Denims is in a feud with H3, so no shit, she's not gonna shit on you when you shit on H3.
I get it now. So it's about you.
She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody, and you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then, you should have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Okay, say this to his face, though. Don't go and make an hour-long video bitching about your private, personal beef. When it's like, you really could have solved this privately if you just reach out to him. But no, he teams up with his fucking bullies, the people who've been harassing Ethan for months. Ian goes, joins up with them, and then pretends like that's not a big deal.
Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
It's a bit of a stretch. It's a bit of a stretch, man.
Yeah, I'd assume you'd have no problem denouncing.
It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
You guys literally called Froggy Tonic a nobody. Yeah, I'd assume you'd have no problem denouncing him either if that's actually how you feel.
Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure.
Ah, holy shit, dude.
How hard would that have been? You said you didn't want to get involved in it. That would have been fine enough. But no, you go on your podcast and you go on that whole spiel.
That's all you had to fucking say, dude. Instead, you're wasting time, money, and a close friendship on a hit piece so you don't piss off your new friends. You look extremely pathetic, Ian.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to broach.
Oh, excuse me. I was just talking to the Silence Through Witchcraft. I didn't hear anything about you wanting to pause the relationship, though. What I heard was that you let Hassan fuck your girlfriend while you watched. Not sure. Maybe I'm getting a bad read. Hold on.
Damn. You know, it's not the most far-fetched theory. Everyone knows Anissa wants to get in with them.
I would have been perfectly fine.
You might want to watch your hand movements there, buddy. You keep doing it, dude. You need to stop. You're getting really close with that hand movement. Don't flip your arm over, man.
And I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually.
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So go fuck yourself.
It's valid crash out. Very valid. You know, Ian and Anissa don't have to support him publicly, but like Ethan has a right to be frustrated with that.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about. This aggression.
No, Ian. Go fuck yourself is right. They're right. You do agree. You've made that very clear. That's why they're saying that. That's their decision. Also, what do you mean aggression? Look at you.
No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping.
In terms of these fair weather friends who are, you know, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say.
Valid crash out. Literally.
This video, Ian strictly avoids the core reason as to why Ethan is acting the way he is in these clips. This one piece of context would likely nullify a majority of this video. The episode Ian is pulling clips from is titled "Snark Called Child Protective Services on Us." No shit, he's pissed.
This is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
Oh, I'm glad Ian's the king.
When you put it side by side like that, it really doesn't look good. It's kind of, it's kind of a dunk.
Of podcasts. He knows what's horrible. He knows what an emotional dumping ground is. And he clearly knows not to do that in podcasts, right? Would you guys like to hear the sweetest bit of hypocrisy?
Dude, I have watched, like I said over and over, I have watched hours of the She Ruined My Career podcast, thanks to Kino Casino, who clips it up and makes it entertaining. Ian is the ultimate oversharer. I swear to God, that podcast is a tough watch, but it's the kind of tough watch that's like a train wreck you can't look away from. Go check out Kino Casino's reactions to the podcast if you're curious. I'm sure he's about to show some good clips.
Explaining to the people why we started this podcast. For me, that's one of the reasons is it's like, oh, I just need to sometimes dump a little bit and just being like, all right, I'll dump. I think is like that's like a satisfying thing for me.
So your podcast is an emotional dumping ground, but when Ethan does it and you don't like what he's dumping about, it's bad.
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever.
You know what? This could have been a valid point, but I gotta say, it was an interesting choice to shave your head before this video. Also, the pose with the swastika, the swastika sword.
Okay, I kind of disagree with this stuff. And I was talking to Purple Perry Gaming the other day. I hopped on his stream to talk about the swastika sword for a minute. I'll say this right here. The swastika sword criticism is a bit pedantic. Like, I think Ethan should actually stop running his mouth about that stuff too, because I think he actually loses points with some people who would otherwise be pretty critical of idubbbz. It's like, the whole point with this sword is Hassan years ago is an anime fan. He was a fan of the anime Bleach. This sword is specifically from that anime Bleach, and he bought it at a convention. It was just a sword from the anime that he thought would be cool to own. The thing about the swastika is that it was originally a Buddhist symbol, but when you tilt it to a certain degree, it becomes the Nazi symbol, the swastika that everyone knows these days. And they purposely chose this sword to get in the shot because fuck Ethan, he's Jewish, and we're rocking the swastika. We're repping the Third Reich, you know, Fourth Reich about to pop its squat on the planet at this moment. Nah, I think they just grabbed the nearest sword. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think they intentionally grabbed it because it is a bad look. It is definitely a bad look that you are criticizing a Jewish creator for his stance on Israel while wielding a sword that looks like that. But like, I don't think it was intentional. I think it's a little bad faith to criticize him like he intentionally tried to make some sort of like Nazi statement. No.
I don't know, man. That was an interesting choice there, Ian. Sometimes I wonder if you still got it in you. Say, nigga. Cameroon, you ignorant sloat. That sword is obviously from Bleach.
I don't even know who that guy is.
That's Isaac from Bleach.
Oh, I don't watch Bleach. This one's...
Okay, wait. I didn't know that he said he didn't watch the fucking... I still stand by the fact that I think they just grabbed the nearest sword and it happened to be like, it's a bad look. They should not have done it. But like, I didn't know Hassan didn't watch Bleach. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. But like, truth is, I still don't think it was intentional. But like, you say it gets worse, the ball guy. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. But like, I think it's very reasonable to assume they grabbed the nearest sword. If it was intentional, that's kind of fucked up. But I don't think there's enough like evidence to prove it was intentional. Let's see where this is going.
Sicker. Wait, that's a little sus. Immediately goes for the swastika one. Got it.
Maybe you haven't changed so much after all.
Okay, like, yeah, he calls it the swastika sword there. It's like he knows that it's... If it comes out somehow like more red-handed, that he intentionally grabbed it, that's fucked up. But like, I still stand by they probably grabbed the nearest sword. I don't know. We'll see. Those of you who've been watching up to this point, you know I don't fucking like Hassan, but like, I'm trying to be like good faith there.
Me making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying, fuck you, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad. You're behaving poorly.
Oh, okay, I get it. I'm glad you stood up for the massive political streamer and his lackeys instead of your friend who was being harassed and threatened. What the fuck even is this shit, dude? You're being bad. Bad boy! You're being a bad boy. Who the fuck are you?
I'm not your fucking dad.
You sure try to act like one.
I was morally grandstanding.
True!
Bring it back to Hassan just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
I do agree with that criticism of Hassan, largely speaking. I do think he's more style over substance. I don't even think that that's that controversial of a take on him.
It's been performed exquisitely. Harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one.
What? Just criticizes. Ian, can I get your definition of harassment? Is criticism now harassment? You sound like... Oh. Never mind, my head hurts.
She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid.
I'll show that, yeah.
Getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry.
Valid crash out. Ethan shouldn't be so like... forthcoming with all of that. Ethan ran his mouth about the whole Giarda thing on his stream, absolutely. But Denim's in bad faith reacted to that. In bad faith, Denim was intentionally like getting people to suggest that they were incompetent to take care of their kids, which I think is like actually awful.
I'll accept this take, this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming.
I don't even know the point Ian is trying to make here.
I was just going to say, what is he even fucking saying there?
Are you trying to say that Ethan pioneered live drama content?
Not true. It's just not.
Maybe? Are you trying to say that Ethan pioneered live politics coverage? I don't think so.
Definitely not.
Are you criticizing Ethan for doing reaction streams? I hope not. Regardless, I'm not getting the Denims comparison because name me one time where Ethan promoted the harassment and misinformation against someone's family. But enough yapping, let's find out what he's talking about.
Which is watching people shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it.
It's what, oh, geez. Where is he going with this? This is what everyone... I I don't even need to say anything.
You do realize that reaction streams and videos long predated the H3 podcast. I think you should know this more than most. Ian should also know well that not all...
Yeah, fundamentally, the Content Cop videos back in the day were reaction videos. I mean, it's not the same, like, kind of idea that people think in their head when they think reaction video, but, like, yeah, in Content Cop, which Ian is his claim to fame, it's like, fundamentally, he's reacting to other people's content and then just providing criticism. Like, there's different levels to this, but what is he trying to say?
All reaction content is created equally. Sitting there while eating and not adding commentary, or while your brain is malfunctioning in the case of denims, or having your chair watch the video for you is not a reaction.
Yeah, Hassan is a serial chair watcher. That shit's cringe as fuck. That's very sad.
It's content theft. And you should know that adding commentary to a video...
The BUMBA Content Cop, when is that dropping? I don't know. We'll see if it ever comes to that, BBQ.
that you're watching and transforming it into your own thing is something very different. A reaction streamer can criticize another reaction streamer who's stealing content, just like a commentary YouTuber can criticize another commentary YouTuber for making bad content.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
They're actually good people, like that's gonna get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the fucking the prompt is.
I agree. I agree that Ian is not obligated to publicly defend them. But if you're going to pretend that you don't want to get involved in it, and then you go on your podcast to directly get involved in it, this point is completely nullified. It's moot. It's just like, what is he even trying to say? He got involved in it and then teamed up with Ethan's bullies. So he lost the right to be able to make this point.
No one would care.
Don't be naive. You know you would have gotten shit, Ian. Also, what a great way to dodge talking about the CPS situation.
If you can. I just want to ask you if you've always been shitting your pants.
No.
Because since I've known you...
Oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about, where I've watched hours of their podcast. Anissa regularly just fucking destroys her husband live for everybody to see. She's talking right now about the fact that Ian has IBS and he just shits himself all the fucking time. This is open on their fucking lives. I can't, dude.
You've always had, like, IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well... I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out.
Well, by your logic, you just made an hour-long video defending Hassan and co. Doesn't that make you Hassan's lapdog?
Me making this video is the standing up for something. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles?
No fucking shot, dude. No, I don't think Ethan wanted to talk to you about your principles. I think he's got bigger fish to fry right now. Fucking Muppet. Ian then goes on this retarded tangent about friends to the whole follower equals endorsement narrative, so I'll spare repeating myself.
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button, or kill switch, as a response to the controversy with Cutie Cinderella.
Which I think is cringe. Ethan spent like tens of thousands of dollars on this button that I guess like sports broadcasters and regular TV broadcasts use, where you press the button and it automatically, like, on the delay of the stream, deletes whatever it is you just said. I don't know why you need to spend tens of thousands of dollars for that. I'm pretty sure I could have some kind of button like that right now, and it's just a hotkey I press on my keyboard. There's got to be an OBS plugin for that or some shit. But this right here was fucking... All right, I think it's fucked up that Ethan was laughing about this, because this chick's Cutie Cinderella was crying about the fact that there's a bunch of AI porn channels out there spreading AI porn about her. And Ethan, for whatever reason, broke down laughing. I don't think it's funny to laugh at what happened to her, but I think it's hilarious. I don't know what Ethan was thinking, just losing his shit over this part. But yeah, Ethan got a button to prevent him from saying dumb shit, which you'll hear him tell you about it.
He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Now, for whatever reason, Anissa's husband brings up the button. He goes on this concerned trolling rant about how Ethan refuses to change the behavior and instead uses the button after he did a goof plus a spoof plus a gaff plus a riot while watching a video of QT Cinderella crying.
I also
What is
see the
going
dynamic.
on with you?
I'm sorry, don't mind me.
It's just really
Look at women who are not guys are benefiting off of being seen.
Now, if you did
Wait, that's an edit right there where he spliced together him laughing at Cutie Cinderella, but I didn't know that the chat that idubbbz had with the therapist who graded Ethan's apology, I didn't know that they live streamed that interaction. Oh my God, that's cringe. I remember him crying at the end of Content Cop, but I didn't know that that was on the live stream for the fucking therapist. Holy shit.
a tiny bit of research, it's in the same video. You would have known that the button had already been ordered at the time of this incident, so this wasn't some turning point. Ian quickly nullifies this point of the segment by saying,
I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more.
yeah, every network television station has a button. I stream a lot. I wish I had a button. I think everyone could use a kill switch. Ian is making a non-argument. He barely streams, and he is making this point during an edited video. You know?
I do think that, like, it's cringe as fuck that Ethan needs a button like that because he's that unhinged and kind of, like, not very keyed into what he's saying. But idubbbz doesn't really make a valid criticism. He just said, oh, it's like, you have a button. What's up with that, bro? Like, you don't know what to say. But he doesn't say what's wrong with any of that. He just kind of says that it's cringe that Ethan has the button. Like, make a point.
What? I think I know a guy who could probably use that button.
You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig.
Yeah, if anyone needs a button, it's Hassan. That's the truth, though.
You would kill Rick Scott. America deserved 9/11, dude. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry.
Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad.
I think this part of the video, and frankly, any part of the video that mentions the podcast is malicious. Ian, I know you don't have the best...
Yeah, I agree. He tries to say that Ethan is like a tyrant who rules over his podcast employees with an iron fist. And it's like, I don't know, if Ethan is such a bad boss, why don't his employees just quit? That's a very valid counterpoint. It's like, if their job is that awful, then they can quit. But they stay with him for some reason. Maybe he treats them well enough.
Business track record, and that happens, but I don't think you have the place to be talking about Ethan's successful podcast when my small YouTube channel consistently outperforms your podcast.
I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
It's very clear to me that Ian is insecure about the success of his podcast, and it's not unsuccessful because he talks about niche subjects or whatever. It's because it's boring and oftentimes laughably bad.
I think for me, when I really started to be like, I really don't want to be a part of this, was, I hate bringing it up, but Etika. The Etika stuff was so hard for me. Like, that was somebody who clearly was experiencing a mental health
Rest in peace, Etika. Side note, but seriously, rest in peace to that man. Yeah, that was tough.
issue. And this is my attitude, like, full stop on this period. The last thing somebody who's going through something like that needs is more eyes on it. We were in it. And at the time, when we were in it and we wanted...
She's referring to us kind of going through a fucking hard time on the internet, being harassed.
Damn, yeah, they made the Etika situation now about themselves. And it's like, dude, remember, they said all of this 3 weeks before dropping a content cop on Ethan. Just absolute hypocrites.
Videos made about us, people weighing in.
People still make videos about us.
And on the stupid crew point, there's been very few people to actually leave H3's crew. Only one is left on bad terms. Hell, Dan's been there for like 7 years, if not more. If the environment was so bad, why didn't you call it out when you were on the show a year and a half ago? You've had plenty of time. And while we're speaking on the crew, I want to take a moment to talk about AB and Lena, two beloved members of the H3 podcast. I actually met AB at the second Creator Clash. He was nice as hell. I even made it into the podcast members only recap video. That aside, let's be clear here. Ian, what you did to Lena by stirring this shit up 2 months before the event is eerily similar to what you did last time to sabotage your own event. It's disgusting that you put 2 other people that you're friendly with, 2 Arabs by the way, since that apparently matters, instead of treating everyone like human beings, in this position when you knew full well that Lena was fighting in your event in 2 months. If you had any spine at all, you would at least wait until after your event or send a warning to Lena and AB. You've now set 2 innocent people up for harassment, and harassment they've been getting, not just because of you, but because they're the only 2 Lebanese people on the show. Looks like you need to fill up that empathy bar a little bit more.
Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, 2 Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer.
I mean, if they have a problem with it, they can quit. It's not that hard. Like, clearly he pays them whatever is asked of them to do for him. And it's like, if they don't like what he's saying or whatever, they can, but they don't quit. Why is that? Ian doesn't really address that.
A lot nicer for you to shut the fuck up about it.
Also, you act like Ethan is some sort of anti-Palestinian voice. Like he's got some Ben Shapiro absolute Zionist level takes.
I criticized Ethan earlier in this for playing both sides, which he absolutely does. But I would certainly not say he's anti-Palestinian. I mean, again, I have not talked much about the conflict that is centered around all this, because honestly, this is more about their petty beef than it is about politics. But politically speaking, as much as Ethan plays both sides, and I think he's a slimy worm and kind of a hypocrite, like, he is certainly not anti-Palestinian. There are much more inflammatory people out there than Ethan Klein talking shit about this conflict,
when that is absolutely not the case. Believe it or not, you can be pro-Palestinian and anti-terrorist at the same time, and I believe most pro-Palestinian people are. The cherry on top of this is that Ian accidentally released the video while AB and Lena were live on the H3 podcast. While the show was live, Lena had to run off to the bathroom as she was having a panic attack over the video. Then Ian had the bright idea to send her a DM like, "Oh, my bad," as if that fixes anything he set them up for.
Yeah, what he's talking about is the H3 employee Lena was scheduled to fight in Creator Clash 3, and then out of nowhere, Ian drops this content cop on her boss, H3, and it's like, he tries to make it out like, oh, Ethan, why would you get involved with this drama when you've got a employee who's fighting in our Creator Clash thing or whatever? But no, Ian is the one who escalated all of this and now made it awkward for Lena in Creator Clash. So he tries to blame Ethan for that, but I don't know, man.
Ian, if you actually do have an empathy meter over 1%, you'll spare her and buy her out from Creator Clash, because you know full well that your audience is going to boo her the second she steps foot on the event.
That's the other thing. He never bought her out. He never paid her what she was expected to make for fighting in Creator Clash. She just dropped out of it because of all the drama, and honestly, Ian is to blame for escalating it.
Something that she's afraid of. Also, big shoutouts to whoever the hell runs the Creator Clash Twitter and website. Yeah, great timing there.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it, it was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use they get access to cover most of it.
We're doing it.
What are
Making
you
it
doing?
so awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like this is what I'm talking about when it's always like.
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I'm about finishing Wednesday.
Ian, for some reason, I'm beginning to think that you being an electrician's apprentice was some sort of joke. Jokes aside, I know that you actually have had jobs in the past, but you sure do act like you've never came across a difficult situation ever.
Yeah, like that was supposed to be some sort of smoking gun evidence that Ethan and Hila are tyrannical bosses. And I don't know. I mean, are they being a bit abrasive? Sure, or whatever. But at the end of the day, if you're paid to do a job, there's certain conflicts that you have to resolve within that. I don't think that it's some sort of like rock solid evidence that Ethan and Hila are asshole bosses.
This was a tame incident that there were no bad feelings over.
He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
We're doing it.
What are
Making
you
it
doing?
So awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know
you've
you
done,
do.
and I loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Oh, what?
That's like very mild employee conflicts. Like if that is all that is leaking out from behind the scenes of their podcast, I don't know, dude. That's like not even worth really mentioning.
gods named it Alex Wasabi due to your pituitary gland, Ian. Because you've clearly never had a tyrannical boss if you think Ethan sounds like one in that clip.
Yeah, I've worked 12 different jobs in my life. Future video coming out on that. I've talked about some of the jobs that I've worked. That is like bottom tier of tough bosses that I've had to deal with right there.
Sure, it's a bad and awkward moment that he apologized for. Big whoop, it's over.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke.
God forbid. Why?
Because
It's not that big of a deal, man.
just
Like,
your
how
inability to.
No, hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
Well, you just asked how it changed
Surprise
things.
them on your show.
Again, shitty choice of a clip and a bad out of context example. This is Ethan and Gila's show, and I know this might be a massive revelation out of this world, but fun fact, the H in H3 stands for Gila, and the 3 is meant to represent a backwards E that stands for Ethan.
I actually never knew that. Not that like, that's kind of like a, I never knew that's where the name came from. It's kind of funny. I don't see, how is this relevant? What?
It's their podcast. Ethan has every right to direct his producers to do what he wants for his show.
Yeah, again, it's a moot point to try to say that he's some sort of tyrannical boss. If he's that bad of a boss, then the employees can quit and they can do a why I left H3 video. Remember when everyone was doing the why I left BuzzFeed videos? That was a trend like not even 10 years ago. It's just, if Ethan is that awful of a boss, I get that there's awkward moments here or there, but there's just no evidence beyond a few out of context clips.
Maybe you should take some notes so you can have a more entertaining podcast yourself.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him.
And you understand that the workforce isn't slavery, right? You do understand that a worker has the right to quit their job, and that these crew members working on a high-profile show could quit any day with a fantastic resume and the opportunity to start a career of their own on social media, right?
Seriously, they all make more money than me. I'll tell you that outright. That's for certain. I mean, I got like $4 on my bank account.
Right? They all make it clear that they disagree with this whole that you and those snarks.
Fuck it. I'll press Ethan's button for him if he's got a decent salary attached to it. I'm not even going to lie. I don't even got a stake in this beef, but like.
Subreddits are trying to place them in. You have snark Redditor logic, and it's clear how you researched this video.
What makes demon mode different than goblin mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
According to idubbbz, demon mode refers to Ethan suing people, and this first example is Bad Empanada, aka George, who's already on the run for civil cases as it is. Bad Empanada.
To be fair, I don't know if Ethan has a case for defamation against Bad Empanada, if that's the route that he's going. I haven't heard the specific details of the lawsuit, but if he's saying that Bad Empanada was defaming him, talking about the Giardia and the dog shit stuff or whatever, yeah, like he shouldn't have said that Ethan's kids were definitely eating dog shit, but based off of the stuff that Ethan said publicly, it was bad faith what Bad Empanada did, and I've been shitting on him this whole time. I think he's a piece of shit for the way that he perpetuated the rumor, but I don't think that it would hold up in court that there was defamation. So I don't know if a lawsuit is the best thing for Ethan to be doing.
Absolutely deserves a lawsuit.
He probably does deserve a lawsuit for other things, though. Like I said, Bad Empanada is a super controversial guy. I don't know if Ethan has a case for defamation against him, but like there probably are a number of things he could get sued for that are absolutely valid. I don't know the details.
And maliciously slandered Ethan and Gila, has absolutely been harassing Ethan and Gila, has wasted government resources.
He's been harassing them. I don't know if he's been slandering them, though, in a court of law.
In order to harass Ethan and Gila, and it's certainly easy to prove damages.
3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people.
No, Ian, person who's wealthy enough to run 2 charity boxing events despite the last one costing you $250,000 in debt that you had no problem paying off and starting a new one this year. Ethan is not a rich asshole for suing people that he feels with good evidence are slandering him.
If he does have a valid suit or whatever, if lawyers are telling him that there might be a case there, it's in his right.
Moral grandstanding at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. This video was not just critical. Sure, there were some critiques against the Israeli government and one creator who really did deserve the criticism. However, there was so much slander against other creators to create some conclusion that they were all genocide supporters. For those unaware, Noah Samson, the person that Ethan Klein and Mudahar are preparing to sue, is pretty infamous for being bad faith.
Yeah, that's very different. The lawsuit that he has with Noah Samson and Mudahar, I'm more familiar with that case. They actually have a valid case for defamation against Noah Samson. Noah Samson was trying to say that they openly support like the genocide against the Palestinians. And from my best knowledge, there is no legitimate like case that would pass in the court of law that proves Ethan and Mudahar are pro-genocide or anything like that. Like there's no, it is technically like legally might be slander what Noah was saying about them. That's a different case though.
As Jolly Saint Nicholas Diorio calls him, the Brit Bong of the left. Noah recently made a pretty bad faith video attacking several creators, notably Turkey Tom, Mudahar, and Ethan Klein.
Yeah, he basically just tried to say that because they're not super pro Palestine, that means that they want all of the Palestinian people to be eradicated from the earth. And that's just like not provable in a court of law based off of what like Mudahar and Ethan and them said and what Noah showed in his video.
The video was titled "The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide," and it's about
like it's very bad faith to say that they all backed a genocide. I mean, like there's certain nuances you could get into. Destiny is certainly no like innocent person. Like it's a little complicated, but like Mudahar, Ethan, no, they have not backed a genocide. That is definitely possibly defamatory.
You guessed it, the conflict between Israel and Palestine. In this video, Noah denies several rapes that were committed by terrorists, defended the Houthi terrorists, including the one terrorist that Hassan interviewed on stream that Hassan himself called a terrorist.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother.
He also defended Twitch's shitty actions on anti-Semitism, and most importantly, concluded that Ethan Klein is pro-genocide for making a video on Hassan Piker where he criticizes the terrorists that Hassan was promoting. This is all despite Ethan Klein saying that the West Bank is fair game and supporting the Palestinian movement in his content nuke on Hassan Piker. He tries to paint the picture that because of Ethan's video on Hassan, that Ethan is lying about his support and empathy towards the Palestinian cause.
No, that's like totally false. Again, I'm not like super well versed on the politics that's involved here, but Ethan made his video criticizing Hassan for things that had nothing to do with politics. There's so much to criticize Hassan for that has nothing to do with his politics. You can agree with Hassan's politics and still find a lot that's worth criticizing about him. So it's a little disingenuous to assume that the content nuke was supposed to be some sort of political stance. It was more about an anti-Hassan video than it was an anti-Palestine video, for sure.
He then goes after creators like Turkey Tom and Mudahar just for criticizing Twitch and the golden boy, Hassan Piker.
Yeah, and that deserves so much criticism. Hassan is 120%, like 200%, 400, 500% protected by Twitch. Everyone on the Twitch staff loves Hassan, rides his meat. There's no doubt about that. Again, whether you agree with him, love him, or hate him or not, it's just a fact that he has the staff of Twitch in his back pocket.
Have you seen Hassan Piker at all?
Piker? I hardly even knew her.
Noah's ultimate conclusion is that all of these creators back genocide because they criticize Hassan, which takes a lot of fucking hoops to draw that conclusion. And after watching this dog shit video, I completely understand why Ethan Klein and Mudahar want to sue. I won't get into my opinions on if they should or shouldn't sue, but let's just say I won't exactly feel sad if this scares the shit out of Noah Samson for years, fearing generational debt.
No, I'll say this. Ethan and Mudahar should sue Noah because based off what I know from that situation, Noah might have legitimately defamed him. I'm not saying that like he's entirely correct or incorrect. It's just the fact that he may have defamed them, so they may as well sue.
Now, before I go any further, it should go without saying that I'm totally against retarded and frivolous lawsuits. However, Ian seems to think that all lawsuits are just used to intimidate people. But in the cases where that is true, sometimes it's justified. You shouldn't feel confident to slander people. You should feel intimidated at what might happen if you choose to spread malicious libel against people. Some lawsuits are justified. Hey Ian, a great example of a frivolous lawsuit is the Matt Hoss versus H3H3 case. Another one is the one that you threatened Froggy Fresh over $18,000 for after you kicked him out of your event, but didn't pursue because of all the backlash you got.
Wait, he threatened to sue Froggy Fresh? That's actually wild if you understand what that... Froggy Fresh was supposed to be fighting in Creator Clash 2, but they removed him from the event just because he made like one joke about Anissa on Twitter, which is crazy to think that he might have sued him over that joke. Oh God, dude, that's a bad look, Ian.
Remember that one?
No, you have a ton of power, you have a ton of options, you have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich.
Someone's mad at the internet. Also, you gotta love this frame, right? He's screaming at Ethan for...
Hang on, I just noticed this dude. Does he have a gold tooth? What the fuck is... Why have I not noticed? Is that a gold tooth? That's wild. That's the wildest revelation I've gotten. So, damn, I didn't notice that until now.
Being filthy rich while he's got a gold tooth for...
Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. Am I tripping? Like, what? I made a whole video about this. Am I just noticing the gold? That's wild.
Ashen looks like dog shit, and thousands of dollars worth of shitty tattoos. Should try to get a refund on that.
Yeah, those tattoos are not cheap, by the way. I've openly heard them talk in their podcast about how each tat costs like thousands of dollars each. The most recent tat that Anissa got, there was some stupid fucking like lion tattoo that she picked out of the sticker book they give you when you walk into the parlor. She said that was like $4,000, and she like flew somewhere to get it too. They blow money like crazy.
Sitting in your basement filled with expensive boxing equipment and an arcade machine, talking to us on your expensive camera and lav mic. You have nothing to grandstand on, you fucking cowardly, pathetic little...
Based.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar.
Is it not? I mean, maybe not so much racist, but you're definitely patronizing him. That's like telling a black liberal to go talk to the Hodge twins to see why they're wrong. Ian seems to have lost the idea that people are people. Like, people of different ethnic groups and cultures can have conversations, dude. And if there's anyone in this situation who cannot take criticism, it's absolutely Hassan Piker.
Yeah, hands down, Hassan is the worst person at taking criticism on the internet. There's no argument to be had about that. Again, love him, hate him, agree or disagree with him. He is like the least self-aware person I think is on the internet at the moment.
For a world of bullshit. He won't watch it, and if your name ever comes up, it's on Piker. If you dare ever criticize him, you're in for a world of bullshit. He won't watch it, and if your name ever comes up, he'll just, isn't this the guy you, and disregard you completely.
How can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality.
Again, why is this in a Content Cop video? This is what people are missing here. Content Cop used to be a very like tightly edited, well, concise, like good, hard-hitting criticism kind of series. And it's like, this is just a super petty beef and a political disagreement between idubbbz and Ethan. It's just such a shame. The fucking like fall from grace we have witnessed from Ian.
All this shit all shape our experiences as people.
This is another rare part of the video where you start to think that Ian might kind of have a point, and then you sit there and you realize that Hassan is categorizing all Jews as to having one opinion, and instead of not doing that, he deflects Ethan off to go talk to the approved Jew, Sam Cedar. So instead of Ian criticizing Hassan for categorizing all Jews as to having one opinion, he decides to criticize Ethan for not talking to the approved Jew. This is so fucking backwards.
Yeah, he's making an appeal to authority fallacy.
could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender.
Okay, so, alright, the new and improved idubbbz is now asking you to patronize other ethnic groups, identities, or skin colors, and only talk to your own.
Webmaster, Ethan has been calling everyone who disagrees with him anti-Semites or tokens. I do agree that Ethan plays both sides too much. That's definitely for sure. But at the same time too, when Hassan is attacking Ethan, he definitely also conflates the two. And I think that, like, in general, Ethan should stick to his guns more and be a little more clear-cut about what he's saying most of the time. But Hassan is in bad faith reacting to that and making it more about, like, Ethan being a Jew than is actually relevant.
I'm so happy that you've reformed, Ian. This is great moves, man. Keep it up. Proud of you.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan.
Yeah, again, Ethan is very stupid for getting in bed with Hassan when he knows about all this stuff. And then, like, oh, a few years down the line, all of a sudden, him and Hassan have this major disagreement. It's like, how did you not see that coming? It's a little obvious. Again, like, Ethan should not have gotten himself into this mess. But that being said, they've been treating him unfairly.
Those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic.
Yeah, that's where Ian tries to say that Hassan saying America deserved 9/11. Oh, that wasn't a joke. That was totally unironic. That was serious. And it's like, even if that's the case, oh, dude, you do not want to be doubling down on this in the middle of your content cop on Ethan. Oh, God, like, that is not a good look.
In this case, American imperialism and passionate about a particular...
No, what the fuck is happening? He just defended the 9/11 cop.
Yeah, like, why would you defend that? There's just no reason. Even, like, and the benefit of the doubt that people give Hassan is, oh, he was just being edgy. He was just kind of joking. He was being hyperbolic. No, Ian says he was being unironic. It's like, no, you do not triple, double, quadruple down on that shit.
He just defended the 9/11. He just defended the 9/11 comment. Also, by the way, this wasn't some nuanced take by Hassan as he tried to retcon on his uncle's show. This was a crash out. The correct use case of the term, by the way, Ian. Because right after the 9/11 comment, he started making graphic remarks about the missing eye of Representative Dan Crenshaw, who was wounded and lost his eye while serving our country in the line of duty.
Didn't he go to war?
Again, I'm not a political commentator, but there's a lot of valid things to criticize Dan Crenshaw for. I am familiar enough with Crenshaw to know that he's not a stand-up guy per se. But yeah, Hassan is very insensitive here compared to especially the way that Hassan likes to portray himself. This is just not a good look. It really contradicts his overall, like, persona that he tries to put on for people.
Like, literally lose his eye because some mujahideen, a brave fucking...
Oh, is this you, bro? Are you here in the chat? Oh, it's good to see you, Cameron. Yeah, I've been appreciating the video. I seriously hardcore respect the effort that went into this because I truly understand that. I did a real deep dive on Mr. Beast actually a few months ago, and I didn't go like full on with all the style that you included in this video and whatnot, but I really appreciate the effort. Like, at the very least, you've presented this in a way that's a bajillion times more entertaining than anything idubbbz has put out in years. So, like, big ups to you, bro, for real. Yeah, oh, absolutely. I have a respect for veterans as well, Cameron. No, I agree with that and all that. But I was just trying to say that Hassan maybe has a right to criticize him, but Hassan has very repeatedly crossed the line in ways that he tries to walk back from in the future and that just don't hold up to scrutiny. Like, Hassan deserves, dude, he's probably, I'm not even going to lie, like, Hassan is probably the single worst human being on the internet. Like, morally, like, competence-wise, all this shit. Like, Hassan is honestly a piece of shit kind of in the big picture, but I don't think he should be deplatformed because I know people are calling for him to be deplatformed, shit like that. Based off of the way Twitch's rules are set up right now, he is breaking Twitch TOS basically every time he streams, but I don't think, like, I disagree with Twitch TOS to begin with. I don't think he should be deplatformed, but based off the Twitch rules, he probably should be. Yeah, big ups to Cameron. Good to see you in the chat.
fucking soldier fucked his eye hole with their dick? Isn't that how he lost his fucking dumbass eye? Because he got his fucking eye hole fucked?
I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews.
Big ups, Cameron, then. So you know what I'm talking about, because I think that's important in the commentary community. We should not be pro deplatformation or deplatforming, just period, outright. It's a slippery slope. It eventually leads to censorship of things that you would never in a million years want to be censored. And in general, I think Hassan should be able to say whatever it is that he thinks and believes, but at the same time, he is completely open to the criticism that follows.
Can go. With that slogan, we might actually have peace.
Ian, you're getting really fucking lazy. Where's the counter argument? Also, I love this we shit.
With that slogan, we might actually have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go.
Ian, I didn't know you were Palestinian. Who the fuck is we? Like, since when were you the spokesperson of Palestine?
There was a tier list. It was called...
Yeah, and again, it needs to be reiterated. Ian knows absolutely nothing what he's fucking talking about right now. Again, I have watched She Ruined My Career for hours on end. I have watched more of Ian's podcast than anyone should be subjected to. I swear to God, he knows nothing about what he's talking about. He is just cozying up to Hassan for the sake of his wife. I swear to God, his wife is dying to cuck Ian with Hassan. I swear, she's trying to bang him.
Who can say Habibi tier list? It was presented at TwitchCon as like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
No, Ian, he didn't decide that it was anti-Semitic. It was anti-Semitic. They got banned because it was anti-Semitic.
And that's how you know it was a big deal too, because Twitch does not ban them very often. But the fact that it was that bad for their PR says a lot, considering they got a ban.
The whole premise of who can say Habibi was almost immediately dropped after it started.
We brought you guys here today because we want to rank streamers on how Arab they are.
The people in that category on the thumbnail? Jews. And besides it being a hummus, Sabra's dictionary definition is a Jewish person born in Israel. Hassan goes in Arab because that's the good tier, but Ethan Klein goes in the Jew category because that's the bad tier. Let me explain this in different terms to make it a bit more obvious for your thick skull, Ian. Let's say I were to make a who's invited to the cookout tier list, and at the top you got loves hip hop, and at the bottom you got white. That's of course the best way I can put it without getting in trouble. I think it would be a pretty clear stereotype.
Dude, he's winding up the dunk. Oh, shit.
Maybe you're just not as culturally sound as you might think you are, Ian.
Lighthearted and fun.
Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist.
Who has the N-word pass and who doesn't?
Say.
He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology in Seattle.
Now we get into the big moment of the video. This is where Ian does something whimsical in content cop fashion. This usually leaves an impact on the viewer, whether it be a sketch or him traveling somewhere and doing something comical. So let's see it. I'm ready. Let's see what he's got.
And I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B at least.
Yeah, this was so cringe. I already talked about how cringe this was earlier in this live stream, but I will say this. Ethan's apology probably didn't deserve an A, but the fact that he flew out for this bullshit and proceeded to cry on a live stream, what was he thinking? He makes it too easy. He makes it too easy to criticize.
Okay, then this is kind of silly, but let's see where it goes.
I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it.
Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade.
Wait. He didn't even do it? Why the hell is this even in the video? What the hell happened to you, Ian? This was so pathetic. Also, including this guy in the video is pretty malicious. It's clear he only heard one side. He quickly took down his video on the content cop after Ian reached out and ultimately decided he wanted to stay out of it and just wish the best for everyone. I feel bad for this guy.
Anyone can have their own official apology rating system, so I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-.
A B-?
Isn't he just the ultimate authority? Yeah. That's what the fuck?
Wait a sec. This is so petty. You butthurt son of a bitch.
I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I already talked about this on my video that I made about this. Oh, dude, this was the most spineless, bitch-made fucking part of this entire fucking situation. I swear, all these people, spineless cowards, cry bullies. Enough said already.
This is definitely the most manipulative part of the video. Don't fucking act like you care. This retarded concern trolling, getting Ethan's enemies to say something nice. Like, after all the shit dubbbbz has done, do you think Ethan really wants to hear?
Like I said, Sean DeBlack came out after this. There's a clip that you can find of him talking about how he didn't know that it was an option to say nothing about Ethan because he noticed that Hassan never had anything nice to say about Ethan, and then came out and said, oh, I just made up that bullshit that I said or whatever. I thought we had to submit something. I would have rather not. So everything that this fucking guy said at the end of idubbbz's video is, according to him, total bullshit. Don't forget that.
Like the chipper words from dubbbbz? No. A notable person missing here is Hassan, which I kind of got to give him credit for. Like, at least he's standing on business, unlike Sean DeBlack, who immediately went back on his statement after the video. And I hate to say it, but I think the only genuine person here is Frogan, as she recently doubled down on her well wishes towards Ethan.
Hers did come across as a little bit more genuine, but honestly, she read it off of a script, and like, at the end of the day, she only did it because she was asked to do it. Let's not bullshit it here, okay? She's kind of a piece of shit either way. Even if she was being charitable in this instance, I mean, enough has been said.
Ethan, don't get me wrong, she's still a fucking piece of shit, but I gotta give credit where credit is due.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neela. Like,
I know, right, Cameron? Like, she had to read it. How do you have to, like, if you have any just like a half genuine apology to give to anybody, at the very least, it should be coming from a place that you're able to like easily articulate it, like you mean it. It's whatever. Hers was a little like nicer. I'll give her credit. I agree with that, but it's just, why even include this bit?
it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, if that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
Oh man, dude, the raped. He's so raped, man.
Oh, I don't think, yeah, Webmaster, do people really believe Ian faked tears to a psychologist he spoke to for 3 hours? No, I do not believe he faked the tears. And I talked about that in my video where it's like, I truly feel bad for Ian. I think in many ways he's lost, that he never really got pussy before Anissa, and he has no clue how to stand up for what he believes in or think for himself when his wife is threatening, like pulling closeness away from him. Like, I truly think that he is more lost than he has ever been in his life. And I think deep down, he knows what he's been doing lately is not great. I think he knows that he's kind of full of shit in a lot of areas that he hasn't been willing to admit publicly yet. But like, for whatever reason, he's still going along with it. And that's like a moment right there. His soul that he still has left is trying to break through. But like, the God's honest truth is that like, he's committed at this point to just doing whatever it is Anissa thinks best. And I don't know how much further he can sink, but it's been a free fall for years at this point. Exactly. Cameron put it perfectly. He's crying for himself rather than for Ethan. He's wondering what the hell got him to this point. And I can't help but like feel bad for him there. And that like, I think that he's wrapped up in a lot of shit that he's just in over his head on.
Okay.
He has asked for every bit of pushback he's gotten up to this point. All the criticism that's been coming Ian's way for the past few years is very valid. And he perpetuated, he got himself to this point. But like, I do feel bad for him that he has even gone down this path in the first place, if that makes sense. Because he was a very special YouTuber, and it's very sad that he's fallen this hard.
So, don't mind the outfit change. This is recorded about a week after all those other clips. I didn't expect things to keep escalating. A part of me is kind of thankful for it. A part of me wanted to die the second I saw that Content Deputy H3 was uploaded. All right, cut the shit, dude. I am so pissed right now. I live reacted to it on stream, and thankfully, there really wasn't that much in there to cover. In this Content Deputy, he hides behind the thin veil of charity, which, by the way, if you watch the first H3 podcast on the Creator Clash, you see how thin that veil is, okay? It was only supposed to be a charitable aspect.
Yeah, yeah, we talked about this too. It's not a charity stream, or it's not a charity event. It's completely just for their own personal gain and for throwing some sort of lavish party along with all the streamers they would like to ingratiate themselves with. Everybody knows it at this point. If charity was the forefront of their priorities, they would have put all the ticket sales towards there. The fighters wouldn't be making that much. There wouldn't be this lavish party. Everybody knows that it's not about charity. It's about their own social status amongst the streaming community.
Criticized for it, they get to hide behind it.
Ethan, in a desperate attempt to attack and smear Anissa and I, he started attacking our charity event.
Just because your event's for charity, you could still be criticized. And regardless, it doesn't even fucking matter because you didn't raise a dime for charity last time.
Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. Don't worry, Ela. I'm not gonna blame you guys for anything.
He does blame them though. Like he actually explicitly says, oh, I don't blame you, but the internet might blame you. Nobody is blaming H3 for the failure of Creator Clash 3. I swear to God, nobody. Everybody knows that Ian wrapping himself in all of this drama is what's sinking the event. And him and Anissa have been incompetent all the way through. Nobody is blaming Ethan for this. It's actually pathetic that he tries to shift it on to Ethan.
Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it.
This is psychotic. Ian, the internet is not going to blame Ethan and Ela for Creator Clash 3's inevitable failure. What happened with Creator Clash 2? Was it their fault then? Even though they were the only people fucking promoting the event?
For sure, too. There's like a noticeable drop-off over time. The first event raised quite a bit of money. It was all right. Nobody really had criticisms there. But the second event lost money, and then they did a makeup stream after that to try to raise money for charity anyway. But all of the expenses that went towards the party, towards paying the fighters, all of the reasons that they went under profit for the second event have to do with their own greed rather than the event just failing. I mean, they didn't have to do the party. They didn't have to pay the fighters so much. And it's like to try... Like, it makes sense why the third event is dropping off even harder because they weren't competent enough to keep it going in the first place.
The only possible way this event is saved is if Hassan uses a socialist grift money, but even then, no one's gonna fucking show up. So in this video, Anissa's husband announces that him and Anissa aren't going to be leading Creator Clash anymore because of drama, which is really interesting, and I have a lot of thoughts on that, which I'll talk about later.
Recent revelation that people are just going to use Creator Clash to attack Anissa and I. Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash. We have...
Again, weasel move. I talked about it in my video. Nobody is criticizing Creator Clash and then in proxy criticizing Ian and Anissa. No, it's just their name is attached to the brand for a valid reason. They're running the whole event. Criticizing Creator Clash is very valid. Harley Morenstein, their headline event fighter, came out and directly criticized them. Again, for valid reasons. It's just attacking Creator Clash has nothing to do with attacking Anissa and idubbbz unjustly. It's ridiculous he tries to pull this.
Relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous two events.
You guys are still to blame for this fight being barely promoted, for all of this shit failing, and for yet again bringing more drama into the card because you guys don't know how to handle relations behind the scenes, which is very clear, which is probably why you guys stepped down.
I can't keep my mouth shut. I can't, I mean, I can. I just didn't want to. I want to be frank. I didn't think I would be an awesome event organizer.
To be honest, if you felt you weren't going to be a good boxing promoter, why did you do it again after failing the last time? It's very funny how you guys are nudging the blame for Creator Clash 3's failure on Ethan and Ela just in case it inevitably fails. But you guys can avoid all accountability because you guys stepped away from the event.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Stepped away from it a few weeks before it's just going on. It's ridiculous. I don't know what they're thinking or whatever. It's fucking like, anyway though, Cameron, if you're still in the chat, Cameron, I just want to put this out there. I've got a link to my Discord in the description. If you want to come on, I'll ask you a few questions because I've very much enjoyed your video up until this point. And I'm really curious if you have any further thoughts. I'd like to ask you a few things about some of the stuff you brought up in this video. If you're willing to hop on to voice chat and talk on stream right now, maybe clear up a few things. If you're still watching, Cameron, click the link in my description. You'll be able to join our Discord. I'll throw you in. I got you, my guy, Cameron. Yeah. If you want to talk about any of the stuff you said throughout this, or if you're curious, clearing up a few questions I maybe have for you, because like I said, really enjoyed your video so far. Yeah. Just join my Discord. I'll drag you into the voice chat. I'd love to ask you a few things. I'll keep it playing for a second here, though.
I saw this analogy on the internet. It's like the captain of the Titanic, after hitting the iceberg, after the ship is fucking in half, saying, oh, this ain't my fault. I'm not the captain anymore. I'm stepping away from being the captain of this sinking ship.
Fucking weasel. I know. Seriously. I can't believe idubbbz, honestly, in the recent content deputy.
You're still to fucking blame. Your event's still gonna fail. And guess what? If your little promoters have any ounce of smarts, this event will never happen again. Don't support Creator Clash or any charity tied to Ian and Anissa. And in the spirit of being an asshole, I'm going to put a fundraiser on this video for cancer research.
By the way, Cameron, I said when I first started watching this video, I think it's based as fuck that you put up, you made this into a fundraiser and are raising funds for cancer research just to spite them. I respect the hell out of that. I'll tell you this. I already said I would donate. I literally have $4 in like my bank account. No bullshit. So I would donate, but like I'm not in position. But I do encourage anybody watching right now, if they feel charitable, go to Cameron F305, hit the donate, go at it. Like if somehow this blows up and he's able to raise more money than them, oh my God, that would just be absurd.
If you'd like to donate, at least 1 penny would raise more than Creator Clash choose, so feel free. And if you'd like to waste your money, feel free to join my Patreon, or become a channel member, or fucking throw it at someone else. I don't give a fuck. Ian, you're fired.
We're triggered by this CPS harassment thing, and then you immediately equated Anissa and I to it.
No wonder he equated the CPS shit to you. You joined the shitty people and doing the fucking shitty L dance, and you never decided to denounce them when shit was going bad.
Exactly. That nullifies the whole thing. But yeah, Cam, I've got you on Discord now. Join one of the voice chats or whatever. I'll drag you over to the private voice chat. We'll talk about this a little more, because I'm very curious what you have to say about all this. We got... All right, word.
Yo.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good, good. So first of all, I got to give you major props just for all the effort you put into this. Like, seriously. No, because I understand that, like, you left your house, you touched grass, as idubbbz famously says, to actually go out of your way to make something special. And I just, at the very least, can greatly appreciate somebody involved in this drama that is trying to entertain us, you know?
Yeah, I just wanted to have fun.
Like, yeah, no, because my opinion, my take on the way the drama has been going so far is that, like, it's starting to get a little boring. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where, like, it's turning into, like, I'm a better person than you. No, I'm a better person than you. And it's like, this is not about politics. They try to pretend like it's about politics, right? But this is really about their own personal petty bullshit. Am I right?
Yeah, I can't stress the amount of dumbass comments I've gotten. Like, notice how he doesn't talk about the genocide. He goes, motherfucker, I'm criticizing a man. I'm not talking, I don't care. I'm like,
Yeah.
I care, but I have nothing to do with it. You know, this is not my prerogative. I'm not making a video about that. I'm making a video about a guy.
Yeah, I uploaded a video recently too, talking about content cop and then the content deputy. I was getting the same bullshit. And I'm just sitting here thinking, like, is everyone missing the whole story behind Ian's, like, fall from grace over the last few years? Is everyone not realizing that he's snaking one of his longtime friends for, like, a very petty reason in the grand scheme? Like, hang on, just to clear it up, how much of a H3 fan are you, or whatever? Because I'm on the record saying that I'm very questionable of H3 throughout the years. Going back like years ago, I was never the biggest fan of him. But like more recently, I do think idubbbz is more out of line for escalating things to the point that he has. But like, what's your take on Ethan in general, though? Because there's a lot of valid things to make. Like Gokunaru, obviously, I'm sure you're familiar with that video, the death of H3, right?
Oh yeah, I spoke to him today actually.
Interesting, yeah. So like, I'm curious your take on Ethan in general, but then why you choose to criticize idubbbz so hard, because it's a valid discrepancy, I think.
Well, so there's a lot to unpack there, but okay, so back in earlier days, I was definitely a big H3 fan. Honestly, everyone in that, I guess, cohort, Ian, H3, fucking Filthy Frankie, all of them, like, was really into that stuff. I mean, I was an edgy teenager. I thought that shit was hilarious. Nowadays, maybe
it has its merits. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
But I stopped enjoying H3's content after a while, mainly during like some like the later podcasts. First of all, I was just not really into podcasts at the time. I think I was probably too young. But
how old are you? Do you mind me asking?
I'm 20.
20. You made a very good video. I'll say this for a young guy. No, yeah, for real.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So you weren't really totally into what Ethan's shift to the podcasting over his regular content. It's obviously been controversial or whatever, but
basically, over time, I like the podcast just slowly stopped being interesting for me, and then I think Ethan just went hardcore into making political content for a while, and that's when I was officially like, okay, yeah, I'm not really.
It's really antithetical to what he used to be. He used to be more like the funny, haha, let's point and laugh at this goofy ass motherfucker kind of guy. And now he's like politically grandstanding. All this. My biggest criticism of Ethan over the years, I don't know if you've shared this, but even going back to when he was regularly putting out the H3H3 videos, I've always felt like he's always assumed the moral high ground and everything. He always acts like he's better than a lot of the people he criticizes. And personally, I just feel like he's not much better than a lot of the people he rolls in the mud with. Do you kind of get where I'm coming from there?
I remember kind of being upset with him, and not because this guy didn't deserve criticism. When he went after Leafy,
that's what I said in my video. I know where you're going with this. Yeah, keep going. Yeah,
I thought it was like, okay, well, what do you like? I feel like you're not really criticizing him for anything that you haven't really done.
Yeah.
Whereas idubbbz, when he criticized him, there was actual like. He actually went after his content, his format, everything. Like, I mean, Leafy was like OG slop, I would say.
Easily, like yeah. Oh, you're hitting everything that I've been trying to say for years, for sure.
So I totally get that, but I mean, I still thought Ethan was hilarious, and I still like sometimes I'll go back to the old H3 videos, and they'll still hold up. So I think I slowly started to enjoy Ethan's content again recently as he integrated the crew more into his show and started focusing again on comedy and, you know, reacting to funnier things. I'm still not too interested in like the political commentary side of things. Not necessarily because I disagree with it, but because mainly when I'm on YouTube, I'm trying to kind of just not look at all like the world
I totally
issues.
understand that. No, I totally get that. Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah, it was just like I felt like for a while Ethan was trying to, I guess, overcorrect. I think Ian did the same thing. Like they had some, there was definitely a portion of the audience that was like, I guess, all right or whatever, and they were trying to overcorrect, and I think it put Ethan in a bad spot for a while.
I don't even think it's just a political thing, because you're right that there's certain political factions involved here. But like the fact of the matter is he was spewing slurs out there on the internet just in the open. Yeah. And anybody who gets down with that shit, they're gonna, you know, feel emboldened to keep participating in it. When they see him in public, they're gonna say, oh, that's the guy, you know?
I think growing up around some of the kids who felt emboldened kind of like gives me like, oh, you know what? You're like, yeah. It's because a lot of kids were watching you. This wasn't like they were kind of being inspired by comedians who can do that, because there's adults knowing that, oh, this isn't right to do. This is a joke. The kids watching it took it a little bit more seriously.
I actually appreciate you for making that discrepancy, because I'm 25, so I'm like 5 years older than you. I very much, when this stuff was coming out, saw it as a joke. But the way that you describe it as a more literal interpretation actually makes a lot of sense to me when you talk about the younger people watching it. Because I don't really have an idea of, like in my head, when this stuff was coming out, when the OG Content Cop was at its peak, I was in high school. So it's like not anything crazier than I would see like engraved on a fucking like high school desk, you know?
Right.
But like for younger kids coming up, I can see how they take it more literally in that way that you're validly pushing back against. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think, sorry to cut you off again, but I don't think anyone has an issue with Ian's use of the slurs per se. It's more of the fact that he denounced the overall content and the fact that, he made very concise criticisms over a period of time, that it was well edited, well presented, very entertaining. And he's almost throwing the baby out with the bathwater, you know?
When I watched the Tana Content Cop, I didn't come out of it saying, this is a video telling me that it is okay to say slurs.
Exactly.
I left the video saying, this is a video saying, it's dumb to morally grandstand over slurs. You just shouldn't say them because it's distasteful.
Right.
Like, that's kind of what, because he was, it seems like he was trying to give a none of them are okay kind of message by like saying, hey, I just said say N-word in front of you, and you reacted like this instead of saying, oh, this made me uncomfortable and it wasn't very funny.
Right. When in the past, she's been exposed for the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it, like, Tana could have absolutely destroyed Ian just by saying that wasn't funny. Like,
right. And he even said that himself.
Yeah.
On a number of occasions.
And I think that's why she was worthy of criticism at the time, is for her overly sensational, over exaggerating and moral, like she was morally grandstanding against all these things when she was doing the exact same things and making really lackluster excuses for them. It's funny to see how she kind of talks more maturely nowadays than Ian does.
Right.
It's kind of funny. It's like,
yeah, she actually seems to have a better grasp on these things than he, like, she even outright came out and said that she doesn't feel like she deserved an apology, stuff like that. Because if you watch the original video, idubbbz doesn't really take it too personally. Like, yeah, it was very awkward when he came to her in person, included that part in the video. Everyone knows it at this point. But other than that, everything else he said was valid to the point where, why would you even, like, she doesn't even argue with it. She agrees that she was a little unhinged back then. And that's kind of what the whole video was about.
Yeah. And it's very clear to me that I almost see Tana as like a unique case study. She's kind of like, I would consider her one of the early, like, she's almost comparable in my opinion to like a Disney like child star, because she was like blowing up when she was like a 16-year-old girl. I'm talking about really crazy subjects.
I totally agree with that, actually, where it's like she never actually got signed on to Disney like someone like Jake Paul or someone like them back in the day, but she had that same vibe going for her. I get that.
Yeah. So I feel like she's had a lot like to go through, and she's like actually kind of matured a lot. It's really interesting to see. Especially the juxtaposition between her and Ian is almost amusing in a way.
Well, she's clearly, ironically, it's almost like she's matured beyond where idubbbz is right now, because it feels like Ian is kind of regressing in a way where he's like, I'm more mature now, all this blah, blah, but he's really just justifying doing the same shit that he was doing before. But now it has like, you know, the backing of someone highly controversial and political like Hassan. So it's like, oh, now I've got the stamp of approval from anybody who approves of Hassan. And it's
if Ian just said, hey, listen, I feel like I was distasteful with the words that I used, and I don't feel comfortable saying those things anymore. If you couldn't tell like the shift in my content, I hope you guys understand. That would have been a completely different thing. But it felt very disingenuous.
Oh, to say the least. Yeah.
Yeah. And it felt, I don't like being preached to. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
I felt like I was being told that because I enjoyed that content, that I was bad. You know?
I definitely get that feel. I was never the biggest idubbbz fan in the world back then, so I didn't take it that way, but I totally get, like, that's the way that he was coming across. And what I don't really understand, so, like, my interpretation of all this is that Aniso have you watched videos of her going back to like before she got involved with idubbbz? Are you familiar what her internet presence was like before Ian?
I am very keenly aware.
So yeah, you understand that for the longest time, she's kind of been a clout chaser. She's kind of been trying to like elevate her own personal status. She's kind of been trying to, I feel like for whatever reason, she feels like it's advantageous for her career to get in good graces with people like Hassan, who are very popular, very opinionated over on Twitch. Hassan, Denims, all of them. And I feel like she's pushed Ian, largely speaking, to side with them for her own personal benefit. I'm curious what you think of that.
I have heard a lot. I think a theory I heard was that she I gotta give credit to Rob's Media for this one, but that she
Rob's Media
wanted
makes
to-
great videos, by the way. He makes great videos.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, definitely was a big stepping stone into my research here.
Yeah,
but it seemed like she really wanted to infiltrate the Poggers community on Twitch.
That's what I said in my video. Yeah.
Yeah, and she wanted to, and a big way to step into that was after seeing how successful Creator Clash was. I went to Creator Clash too, and it felt like I've also been to VidCon. It felt like the Expo Hall of VidCon at the same
Wait,
time.
you went to Creator Clash too?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta ask you what that was like, because it's like I wouldn't even know.
I'm not gonna lie.
Where was it again? Where?
Tampa.
Tampa. So okay, so you went to Tampa, and
it wasn't that. It was a short drive.
Okay.
I'm a Floridian, so
right.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I mean, it's not that far away, why not? So, hey, I went and yeah, I had a blast. I'm not gonna lie. It was, I mean, I had really good seats. It was pretty packed in there. It definitely wasn't to capacity, nowhere near.
So noticeably, like, were the nosebleeds filled up?
Yeah, but the where I was, there was room to walk around. Like,
right,
there wasn't like people could hop ahead a couple seats because like no one was getting ringside.
So like some people showed up though, but that also has nothing to do with like how the event performed, like financially.
Oh yeah, no,
yeah.
The problem was definitely they could have totally profited off of it. Like, get rid of you spent $20,000 on a comedian for what, moral support or whatever the hell she said,
amongst other things. Yeah,
to process their trauma. That's what it was.
Oh jeez, no.
Like, I'm sorry. I've done sports all my life. I've never. I don't. Just go the hell home, man. Take a nap. That's what I like. That's how I process my trauma.
I get what you mean there. But so you went to the event. All right, yeah. Everyone knows at this point they mismanaged it. It probably could have been profitable based off what they did, but
oh yeah,
they clearly didn't organize it that way or whatnot. But I guess I don't know. So the fights that you saw, stuff like that, were you somewhat entertained? I mean,
I was definitely, until I think there was 3 fights that I actually really cared to look at.
Right.
It was obviously the main event and the Ego Raptor fight. Actually, it was 4. Harley's fight as well against the pro wrestler. AB versus Dad. I was interested in.
Yeah, but, that made a clip on the Joe Rogan podcast. He thought, it was an actual
that was
Dad.
That was Matt Watson's. Because that one was worse.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Why does it lie?" I remember that.
Yeah. But so you actually went to Creator Clash 2, all that, whatever. So from what I gather though, leading up to this video that you just dropped on idubbbz, it's you've been a fan over the years. Yeah, you've outright said that. Yeah. So I guess to sort of quell a lot of the criticisms that Ian has been getting over the years, it's people say that again, it's just about the slurs. It's oh, you're mad he doesn't do slurs, anything like that or whatever. It's
I couldn't give a shit.
Yeah,
he wasn't using slurs in his documentaries, and I enjoyed those. Those were good.
Exactly. And so
he should have stuck to them.
So do you feel though that just it's are you more on the side that it's he shouldn't have snaked H3? It's not so much about what he's saying throughout the content cop or anything like that, but it's just a matter of he should have stuck his ground with his friend?
I feel like this video from me was a long time coming.
I would agree. And as far as everything leading up to this point or whatever, but what maybe was the moment that you finally bit the bullet, decided to make the video? Because I also can relate where it's I made a very similarly long video about Mr. Beast just a few months ago or whatever, there was kind of a moment where I was like, all right, I got to say something or whatever. What was like that moment, where you were like, I need to speak up about this. I need to like go out of my way to actually leave my house and record some skits for this?
Well, the first moment came in 2023, actually.
Really?
After the apology, I felt, and after the Creator Clash 2 drama, I felt kind of snaked after I spent, I think $150 going there, and I bought a hat, and I thinking I was supporting a good cause.
And so when you went to Creator Clash 2, though, you actually were full on in on it. Like you wanted to support them. That's why you went.
I wanted, well, there was a number of factors. The main one being I was in college. I still am, and this event was nearby, and I don't have enough time to go to VidCon or do any of the other events that I used to kind of go to. And
so it was convenient.
Yeah. And I, was a longtime fan of idubbbz. I had sort of started to become a Fallen fan at that point, but I was kind of like, I just wanted him to be able to succeed. I wanted to see him win. I wanted to see something positive out of him.
You were riding your nostalgia, like this was your last chance to like be all in on him.
Yeah.
Like ride his back.
Yeah.
So you felt like disenfranchised a bit from his like apology video and videos like that in the past where he like denounced everything he made pre 2020. But like Creator Clash 2 was your last hope. Like, can he still be an entertainer? Can he still
at that point he hadn't denounced anything.
Oh, really? Am I missing the timeline up here or whatever? I would have thought he denounced all the previous...
shortly after.
Okay. I might be mixing that up then.
It was very soon after, because at the end, this was right after his... Well, he low-key denounced it in an interview with Anthony Padilla like a few weeks before to promote Creator Clash 2.
Yeah, that was...
And he said all of his fans sucked or whatever. I mean, I'm being a little facetious, but...
No, that's pretty accurate. Like, honestly, it's pretty accurate.
Well, what sucked when I heard that is the lot of people that I met have just sucked. I had met him like 3 or 4 years prior at VidCon. I'm like, oh, did I suck too, buddy? Like, the hell?
You actually have met Ian in person briefly?
I have a picture with idubbbz, which is the funniest thing in the world right now.
Oh, that really like that just drives the knife through too. Where
I'm saving the uploading of that picture for whenever it's most funny, and maybe it's out there somewhere.
I feel you save the deep cut for that. No, I get that, but that actually like directly counters a lot of like the counter narrative is nobody is giving anything Ethan is saying backlash. Oh no, there's not a real backlash against idubbbz. Oh, our video's not getting as many dislikes as everyone thinks, yada yada. But I do feel like the majority of Ethan's longtime fans have felt like rightfully hurt by the way that he's denounced them throughout the years. Like it's crazy to think too, like I can remember maybe 5-6 years ago, idubbbz had 7,000 subscribers, and what I'm saying is 5-6 years later, he still has 7,000 subscribers.
Million.
So, million. Yeah, my bad. But no,
he was nearing 8 million.
Yeah, exactly.
After the Sam Hyde doc, he was about to hit 8 million.
Yeah, and it seems to be like he's just been bleeding them from there on out. So I don't know if. And
I mean, the same applies for Ethan as well.
Yeah, Ethan as well. I mean, very imperfect himself. But you mentioned too the Sam Hyde documentary. Obviously, yeah. I was quoted saying earlier in my stream, I was saying that like that was the real turning point, that he truly went down the deep end. I
think there's a part.
Yeah,
I think there's a part. I think the fallout from that.
The fallout
was a huge bit.
So you think if maybe Sam Hyde didn't release it first, that Ian wouldn't have gone nuts?
I think it definitely was a domino. I think the OnlyFans was the first domino.
True.
Ultimately.
Yeah, there's no way around that, because
I don't doubt that he had shitty fan interactions where there was weird people that were like coming up to him and just hard R-ing.
Guaranteed.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah, guaranteed.
Don't doubt it at all.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that made him uncomfortable. I think that would make anybody uncomfortable.
That's very reasonable. I agree. Yeah.
However, that it's still like, okay, that's weird. You shouldn't do that. But at the same time, does that mean everyone that watches you is an asshole? Like,
but to clear it up too, it's like it's for me at least. It's not even the problem that his wife started an OnlyFans. It's more so his response to it all.
I really didn't give a shit. I thought it was funny that people were making the jokes.
No, right? Like if he had maybe just ignored it, I think it would have been fine.
Not even that. I think the tweet he made was fine. I thought that was funny.
I don't remember specifically the tweet, but do you remember maybe what
like,
he said?
It was like, okay, it was like a goofy, angry face picture he took. It's like, okay,
that
guys,
picture?
no more Mr. Nice Simp.
All right, yeah, maybe if he had cut it off at that point, yeah, I agree that didn't cross the line yet or whatever. It was the video that did it.
It was the video where he took a lot of memes seriously.
I agree. Yeah.
I really just didn't care about what happened. I wasn't mad at him. I thought the video was strange. That's it.
Well,
like,
but that went on to him denouncing everything within the video.
Yeah.
So that was really the issue.
I think the way that he handled it, because I mean, it's one thing to be like, yeah, I have no problem with my girlfriend having an OnlyFans. Okay.
Right.
The problem is the way he acted towards like certain people who actually had like, you know, they were like, okay, yeah, you're gonna have a hard time finding future jobs now. Like this is the reason why this can be a risky decision. And he took the time to kind of like just shit on like these random kids making these videos, and I'm like, okay, well, you don't have to do that.
Right.
Like, I feel like this is a waste of time for everyone involved.
Well, those are some valid criticisms for one, but even if the criticisms are valid, the appropriate way to respond to that is just by ignoring it. Because then, if you're not going to have, if you are or aren't going to have problems with future jobs or whatever this here or there, it's like, that's your own thing to figure out. But the problem is he went out and outright denounced everything that he had previously ever did. You're an idiot for even enjoying his content in the first place. And it's just, yeah. So I understand. I think I get an idea of where you're coming from as far as like a bit of a Fallen fan, shit like that. But
yeah. I was gonna make the video in 2023. Like I was gonna call it Content Cop idubbbz.
Because you already felt burned enough at that point.
Yeah. This has been an idea for a very long time.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, but at the time, the reason I didn't do it, because this was like early 2023, I was in college, very busy, and on top of that, I was, making music for a video game. I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not.
No, because I did notice, that you are like you're like a music channel, kind of like this is very like you have not really made too many commentary videos before this.
No, I made it a couple. I think I made one on morgues when I was like, I think 17.
Valid, still that's valid.
And then one on the vegan teacher, but they were pretty mediocre looking back on it.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but they probably deserved it too. That's probably.
I know that it was funny. I was like, I watched the vegan teacher while eating a steak the whole time. That was the bit.
Based, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And a bunch of like, at the time I was like Too Mad was big, so there was a lot of like that kind of editing in there.
Right. But this is very much a passion project though. Like that's the other thing I was curious is like, are you planning on being a commentary YouTuber now? Or is this more just a one-off, like you had to say your piece and you're going to continue on? Because I am curious what your whole shtick is here.
So I recognize supply and demand.
Well, obviously there's a high demand right now for content. I was kind of waiting for it.
I recognize the demand for an itch to scratch. That's why I decided to go through with this dumb idea, right?
It wasn't dumb. No, you've made a very good video up until this point that I've seen. An hour and 13 minutes.
I'm a broke college student, and I dropped $50 on a cop outfit, $10 on flyers. I bothered the fuck out of my friends to do this with me.
That's very relatable though. I feel that because I know what it must have felt like. You're about to press add to cart to that cop outfit and you're like, is this even going to be worth it? But you're already monetized, so you probably made that money back by now. But like,
I've I didn't know that your CPM could go as high as it did. I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh, it gets up there with the longer videos.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, because I'm used to just making 3-minute, like in my past I was making like little music content. So
Yeah, you get like $1 for those. Yeah.
per 1,000 views, right?
Yeah,
So like, this has been a very different experience.
Yeah, which makes me wonder though too. Like you're somewhat opinionated. You've got a lot to say. You're very caught up in all this lore. It's like, yeah, do we have another commentary video in the works, or like? I'm sure you have ideas. I know you have to have.
There
ideas.
are ideas.
At the least.
there are. Okay, so
I know that feeling. No, I know that where it's like you want to go on this tangent, but you're like, is it worth it?
I will say that the comments are very. I don't know if I should say overwhelming in a sense, where it's like, this is your mantle now. You've taken the mantle. You are now the content cop, and I'm like, oh, am I? If I do this, is this going to be seen as cringy? Is this going to be seen?
I don't think you should feel that pressure. I get where you're coming from, yeah, but like that's not fair to yourself or whatever. I don't think anyone's expecting you to take up the mantle or whatever. But like you clearly do.
I would do it. I think it'd be funny.
Yeah, well, you clearly have the passion for it, like that drive where it's like, I know exactly what it's like to be someone in your shoes. You've seen all this stuff go down over the years. You have a lot of opinions about it, and you would rather put it into like one big complete video that covers everything rather than like different slop things here or there. Or like, oh, Denim said this week and it's wild or whatever. No,
I'm not gonna. Yeah, this is my only video covering. I guess the three names, the big three fucking names. I guess 2025 in YouTube drama: Ethan, Hassan, Destiny.
Yeah, right, or whatever.
This is the only one. That's even. I'm not gonna make content cop Hassan Piker. Okay, that's
right.
Like if I make another commentary video, and this is my like dilemma. I don't want to take the easy route where I guess just, what hasn't already been said about Hassan, what hasn't already been said about Ethan,
fair,
what hasn't already been said about Destiny. I mean, I could probably make hours worth of content regurgitating information about all three of those people, but at the same time, I just kind of don't want to deal with like like any of those people's audiences, to be honest. I mean, I'm already dealing with a bit of Hassan's audience right now.
It's very relatable. I know what you mean, because they make it out to mean like you're criticizing their political stances, where it's like maybe you do even have opinions about those here or there, but like the reality is a lot of these people have entered more of like the mainstream eye because like they're doing like objectively condemnable things that people of all like sides of any spectrum could agree with. There's just
I never thought I'd get called an alt-right Nazi and pro-Israel and like a retarded Democrat, all in the same like comment section.
Oh, it's so true. Yeah,
every political ideology and known to existence.
Like I made one video critical of Hassan like not even a month ago or whatever. People told me like, oh, you're just like a more center lefty that's coming after him for XYZ, or oh, you're clearly alt-right, or oh, you're clearly whatever. I'm just like, no, he's kind of just a piece of shit. Can we maybe just draw that line where it's like, even if he agrees with the things that you agree with, do you maybe agree that he's not the best person to represent it? Like, I'm not even saying if I do or agree or disagree, but you know what I mean? There's so much valid stuff to poke at.
And honestly, I think Hassan would be a lot more respected if he was just better at recognizing his faults, in the sense where he's very I don't want to use the word narcissistic, but he's very arrogant.
No, that's actually entirely, he's like probably the most textbook example of a narcissist. But I understand where you're coming from, where you're trying to be more charitable, because I said that earlier in this stream or whatever, that Hassan's biggest problem is that he's not self-aware. Like there's just no way around that
whatsoever.
Right? Like at the very least, even if you double, triple down on whatever it is you're standing on, you need to be aware of how it's coming off to other people so that you can adjust accordingly at the least. Like you are responsible for how you're provoking them, you know?
And look, I have seen interviews with Hassan where like I've seen him shoot the shit, like with Theo Vaughn, for example. where I was like, oh, like it seems like when he's not being an asshole, he's kind of pleasant.
Well, he is a human being. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that.
Like,
I know what you mean.
There's a
Yeah.
human side to him, but at the same time, he's actually an asshole. Like,
there's no way around it. There's no other.
Yeah.
Like you said, you said you didn't want to say. I'll say this: Hassan is a textbook example of a narcissist. There's no way around that, really.
I mean, I'm just some idiot in a gaming chair. I can't really.
No, I'll die on that hill. Like, if you're not gonna claim that, I'll fucking put my flag down. I'll say he's a narcissist for sure. But that doesn't have to be the end all be all to whatever. It's like the bottom line is he's not willing to self reflect in the first place.
No, and he admits that he is afraid of watching things that make him upset, and to a certain extent, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But what's the problem is that he avoids, and you're just in for. I said it in the video, you're in for a world of bullshit if you criticize him.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like it's the way he reacts to criticism. I understand avoiding negative content about you. That's healthy, I would say. Because if you just constantly just watch shit that's just gonna get you heated, that's unhealthy. It's going to, make you very negative. It's going to affect who you are and your day-to-day life. I've been down that rabbit hole. I mean, I worked for a really controversial game. I mean, I'm still getting shit for it. And even today, people were calling me like a pedophile and shit because I worked for a guy who had some allegations against him.
Oh no,
that's because of.
Yeah, that's absurd. I mean, 2 years ago, you technically it wouldn't even be valid. You would have been a minor 2-3 years ago.
Exactly. I started working on it as a 15-year-old kid.
Okay, I don't even know the
fuck I was
details.
doing.
Just that enough, I understand where
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
I gotta know the implications that what would happen 5 years later. I didn't know.
Yeah, you don't even. Yeah, and I
I
think
was just trying to be a musician at the time.
Yeah, and with Hassan too, it's like, I think the truth is, I understand what you mean. I agree that like it's not always healthy to like just be looking at like your worst haters' opinions of XYZ or whatever. But I think the key difference with Hassan too is that he is inherently in like a very inflammatory space on the internet, and yet instead of like he rolls around in the mud with everybody, but then pretends like he's above looking himself in the mirror at the end of it. Like,
yeah.
Like, that's the biggest problem. It's like, if you're going to outright say, America deserves 9/11, blah, 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 blah. Anything after that, it's like, you got to be willing to take heat for it. There's no way around that. Like, right?
Yeah, and I hate that he acts like it was some nuanced take and not just...
Oh, it was not nuanced. Even Ian outright came out and said in the content cop that it was not nuanced. It was unironic. It was not a joke. And I'm wondering, why is Ian dying on this hill? Because he clearly has no fucking clue what he's gotten himself into, as we've talked about, like
when someone makes a passionate statement about that, dude, what the hell are you talking about passionate? Like, that's insane.
Oh, seriously.
He was raging. He was upset. Dan Crenshaw's a loser in many ways, but I mean, I do respect. You shouldn't go after his eye. Like respectable part about him.
No, yeah, literally the one respectable part about him is that he was injured in combat, and it's like, fair enough. I mean,
calling the person who did it a brave soldier is insane. Who was also a terrorist. Probably should have realized that.
Yeah, there's just I don't even know where he's coming from there, but like. In general, though, content cop idubbbz, I think it's a long time coming. Definitely. Yeah. You've seized that opportunity. And I think you answered the call pretty well. Like you said earlier, you're a little worried about people are expecting now you're the new content cop, all this. I don't think you should have to worry about any of that. I'll say this. It's like, you've proven yourself enough in this video that you have a good understanding of the dynamics that are going around these communities, and like you're very opinionated. You have like valid things to say to add to the conversation or whatever. I would look forward to any other commentary video that you plan to release from here. Like, I would say this too, like, don't hold on to the content cop label if you feel like you probably don't ever need to call another video content cop ever again. Like, I think
it'd be funny.
Maybe. You could like take over the mantle. You could fully.
I think if I do it, because I'm not committed to it, but
you should be. You should be. I'll say that you should be. You've made enough good points where it's like, I want to hear what else you have to say. But yeah, keep going.
I'm not committed to doing the content cop bit, I should say. I'm definitely gonna do more commentary videos. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And I have a few subjects in mind.
Right.
But if I do the content cop bit, I kind of like want to do kind of like what Internet Versus did to BUMBA Bucks. I think that would be so funny.
Internet Versus is one of my favorite new up and coming YouTubers these days. I'll just say on a side note. I actually got gifted a membership to his community or whatever, so I'm a member for free over at him.
I remember.
Shout out to him.
Was that during that stream where he had to read all the pages?
That is like, I'm not gonna lie, I can't hate the creativity. He was like, man, subathons are the thing. Subathons raking money. He's like, let me just loosely base this subathon off of something that has mild relevance to my usual topics.
Oh yeah,
Dude,
so,
he dragged that shit out for days. Yeah.
I've been thinking of returning to commentary for a while, and my first one back was going to be about Alex, but
fun. Oh, that is funny.
I didn't do it because I was like, look, I got homework as it is. I'm not reading all these fucking pages.
Honestly, yeah, like it kind of just boils down to, oh, he's a piece of shit, but like everyone already knew that. Like if you had paid attention to him over the years, you already knew he was a piece of shit.
I'd rather just watch Nick Diorio cover it. I'd much rather do that. But then I like this spark of passion hit me when I reacted to it on stream. I low-key announced it on my stream, but I just don't think my community was prepared for me to actually do a commentary video again. So it didn't gain any traction.
Yeah.
But then I uploaded it and I was like, okay, this will get 10K views maybe.
That feels funny. No, yeah. So like maybe we'll get some more commentary videos here or there, whatever. I'll say this, you don't need to worry about like, you don't need to be the new content cop or whatever, but if you have something interesting to say, I'm sure there's plenty of people that will tune in, you know?
I definitely want to keep doing sketches.
I give you, all right, let me give you some real criticism here or whatever. I think some of them came off corny, but it's like, because it was content cop, I appreciate the effort. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah, like, I don't think they were that bad either. Don't get me wrong. I'm not hating on them. It's just like a little more like
asshole.
Well, cause yeah, you're largely playing off of like Ian's bit or whatever. Get something like, you know, your own thing, like, or whatever. And even then it was like, it was still pretty entertaining. I just
like the idea of just like some guy in a cop outfit doing like these things where he's like, oh, I have to clean up the streets. This is important to me. Like, and it's the dumbest thing you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, no. Yeah. It came off that way. It was pretty funny like that or whatever. But, yeah, like, it honestly, anything that you were to put out right here, it was going to be better than anything idubbbz has made in years. Let's be real. Like, if we're going to be real, like, it's not like the bar was very high to begin with.
My next video will be ranking playground equipment. I'm actually gonna...
Dude, that's not even far off from his, like, own content. Holy shit.
I'm gonna rank the different Doritos flavors.
You could pull it off. You could pull it off for sure. If you want a quick cash injection, that's not a bad one. But I am looking forward to whatever you have to say about other... You mentioned, like, Destiny. You mentioned Denims here or there, or, like, whoever. If you got anyone else to criticize, I'm very much here for it. It seems like at the very least, I appreciate that you care about these things, because that's one of the bigger problems that I have in general with like the whole commentary community these days is there's a lot of people out there that know that they can get easy views talking about certain things, but they don't ever really take a stance or like give any sort of opinionated take on it. You know what I mean?
No, I think my biggest problem with Destiny over the years has just been his handling of his community. And then he just turned out to be like a genuine piece of shit.
Right,
so
Sex Pestiny. Yeah, if we're all familiar. I mean,
I wasn't gonna. Yeah, so I've never really liked Destiny for that reason.
Right.
But and that boils down over to Asan as well. And it's kind of for that reason why I won't make a video, because like what can I say that Willie Mack hasn't covered? You know.
I get that point, but you also got to remember too. It also takes like sometimes maybe everybody knows something about someone, but there's someone out there who could articulate it in a way that people need to hear at the given moment. Like I think,
well, that's why I made this.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Yeah. You nailed like the content cop vibe. The intro was perfect. Like the skits in between here and there. I said some of them are corny, but like they fit in a really in a way that adds to the video. And it's like, I think that you're already going to attract a lot of attention with this video. And I think that in that same vein, like you should consider that when you do other content here or there. It's like, yeah, maybe you are saying things that people already know, but it needs to be compacted into this one experience. Like in particular, you showed Ian's hypocrisy perfectly, where you like overlaid multiple clips of him talking at once. in a way where
Yeah.
it's just so obvious. You can't deny it at that point. Yeah.
This video, if I just like freeballed the video, and that's what nobody likes to. I mean, because you don't have to. It's easy just to just react and do the editing. And God bless him. I love Nicholas Diorio, but like he doesn't make video essays anymore. Like no one makes video essays.
No,
anymore.
he's super lazy nowadays. Let's just call it what it is. I mean,
I
I
love him,
appreciate.
though.
Yeah,
He's
no,
still
I
hilarious.
appreciate a lot of his older videos. I'm not gonna lie about that. But no,
And I cannot wait for him to watch this. There are a lot of jokes in here specifically meant for him to watch with him in mind.
That's
So,
baller. No, that's baller. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, I think that you made a lot of really good points here, and in general, like I said, it's the presentation, the fact that you went out of your way to actually have the balls to call it Content Cop idubbbz and take on the whole mantle, take on everything that came with the name Content Cop. I think you really lived up to that for the most part.
Horrified. Horrified to upload this video.
I can relate. Like, actually, give me some more insight to that, because I can relate to that. Where it's like, I make a lot of critical videos too, and in general, I think I'm someone who's very opinionated. And a part of me, like, I almost find like I agree with idubbbz in a way where it's like I get where he's coming from. Where he's like, I suddenly gained empathy. I realize I'm talking about people, and then they face that criticism, and people call them out for it, etc., or whatever. But why do you feel like it's important to talk about these things? Because I feel like at the end of the day, you decided to upload this because you felt like there was something worth saying. So it's like, like what overcame like that anxiety of it's like, well, people maybe will catch me here or there where I'm not an expert on XYZ, but like you still feel the need to say what you're saying.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not an expert on Israel-Palestine, and everything I've learned about it is from like, it is very much so not been by choice.
Yeah, and this is blown up beyond
this
that
video.
point. Yeah, this is blown up beyond that. Yeah.
I researched it for this video.
I
Which
get
I never
that.
thought I'd have to do.
Yeah.
But besides that aside, what I was mainly worried about is, first of all, I knew people were gonna look at my older content immediately.
Hang on,
because
don't cringe that hard, because someone like me, I respect it. No, I do respect it, bro. Like,
but I'm not gonna get rid of it.
no,
I'm not,
you shouldn't.
I'm not ashamed
You
that I
shouldn't.
made shitty
No,
content.
you shouldn't. You stand on that shit. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
no,
not.
I get
I'm not
it.
ashamed that I've made content that's aged poorly.
Dude, I was partnered on YouTube 12 years ago, and I just made
Yeah.
shitty, cringe as fuck Minecraft videos. So it's like, I get where you're coming from. Yeah. Like, everyone
And
knows
I knew-
Slenderman Gangnam Style, right?
Yeah, right.
You know?
But the thing I was most nervous about is that I was worried that it would come off maybe a little cringe or potentially disingenuous if I did like Content Cop, because Soggy Cereal did it, and Dogpack did it, and
Did
Soggy.
they? I didn't see
Yeah.
it. Oh, they outright called idubbbz out?
No. They made pseudo Content Cop.
And yeah, Mr. Beast and the whole. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I don't
and,
think you have anything to worry about there, because you're covering a specific situation here that people are invested in. That's separate.
Well, but when they did it, it came off really cringy because, first of all, they didn't really do it right.
Well, yeah, there's fair criticisms to go. Like, Dogpack actually legitimately might have defamed Mr. Beast in multiple instances.
No, he
there's
100% did.
Yeah, like so there's that right there. But
That's
also
another guy I wanted to make a video about.
Really? You wanted to do a deep dive on Dogpack?
Oh yeah.
Wait, do you know anything that maybe like the general public isn't super familiar with or whatever? Because I largely am familiar with him from his Mr. Beast series, right?
No. Once Soggy made his video, I was kind of like, okay, it's over. Like, because Soggy did the deep dive that I did not have the time to do at that point of my life.
Yeah.
And I was also that one was kind of like bigger and over my head because I really just don't really care about Mr. Beast particularly. I felt like I wouldn't be able to get passionate about it.
I get that. I do.
And I think that's my biggest roadblock in general when it comes to making commentary.
Yeah, because that's the truth that people don't realize is a lot of the people who talk about this stuff on a daily basis aren't very impassioned about the majority of the stuff that they're discussing. They're
Not
just
at all.
Yeah, they're not. Which honestly is fair in that, like, we watch these people because we want someone to discuss these things. But like, there's everyone is limited as far as what they actually will go out of their way to do. Like, I've been following idubbbz for years, especially more recently, and like I've watched hours of She Ruined My Career, all thanks to Kino Casino, who can make it watchable. But you're someone that cared enough to actually like add to the conversation. Whereas, yeah. So I get that.
I watched Kino Casino cover the big one about the only one that anybody actually watched, the one on H3. But no, I watched the first 5 episodes and the latest 5 episodes while researching for this video.
Oh yeah,
and it was very painful. I had to 2x it, but when I watched the first episode, I was in shock because, and I had to actually re-record the part where I talk about it because I ended up like stuttering too much, and I think it was just because it was so goofy. I just couldn't help like the self-own. I just kept like
the self.
I kept like laughing. I kept laughing over my words, and I was like, I can't put this in the video. I have to record this. That's how like it was just so. Oh my god! So, like the fact that he had self-admitted to dumping in his podcast, and that is what podcasts are. That absolutely is what podcasts are. That's why it makes it interesting to hear another human talk about their experience.
But he's hypocritical.
It's relatable
when he points at H3. Yeah, no, blatantly. Yeah,
because it actually is what podcasts are, Ian. Like, that would have been the original point, but the fact that he already admitted that that's what podcasts are in his first fucking episode admitted it as well.
Yeah, no, it's hard to look away from. Like, I best describe their podcast as a train wreck that you can't help but look away from. Because it's like,
yeah, no one wants to watch that shit.
Like it's over and over. Anissa just embarrasses him in front of the entire world, and he just sits there and does nothing about it.
And they have like a third co-host that never ever says anything.
Dan the man. Oh, don't you hate on? Dan's based. I'm fine with Dan. Every now and then he roasts the shit out of them. It's good shit.
Oh yeah, no, he has the funniest moments. He just doesn't say anything at all. Like,
oh yeah, no, totally. Like, I imagine they're paying him some sort of salary, and they're just making no fucking money off of it. But like, he's there in every episode.
Well, yeah, they made a fucking set. They spent money making this set, and I'm like, my videos get more views, and there's no way they're profiting.
Dude, my videos get more. I know what I'm. Yeah.
Like, and I could see my ad revenue. Look, 3,000 views ain't gonna get you that much.
No, it's like, no, it's hilarious. Yeah, it just, and you're right that it's hypocritical. It's easy to pick apart because they just put it all out there, and then they don't think that people are watching it, but at the same time they're putting it out there. It's like the few thousand people who do actually watch this shit are paying attention, and they realize that it was really fucking sneaky. Like, this is one thing that I focused on hard in my video criticizing Content Deputy. I said it was very manipulative because Ian makes it out to be like he is defending himself from Ethan. But my perspective is more like Ethan was defending himself against Hassan Denims and them. And then Ian jumped in the middle of it and kind of like took their side. You know what I mean? Because
I will say, and this is with peace and love to Ethan, I appreciate you shouting out my video, genuinely.
Yeah.
But I think this would have been over. But Ethan ultimately has control for when this could have been over, or had control, and that was by, after the content nuke, just leaving it at that.
I agree.
Yeah. And that's, but at the same time, I do understand that factor when you get family involved, when you get kids involved, the gloves are off.
For real.
Completely.
Yeah.
And I in a sense I respected that. Not only just like as someone who has family and whatnot, has nephews, like I just seeing people just obviously childless, obviously lacking this human understanding, the human connection. And a lot of these people are twitch-brained in the sense where like they think everything they say expires in 30 days.
Yeah, for real. No, that's the best way to put it.
And they've come across really harsh reality.
Yeah, like
So I don't mind Ethan perpetuating it a little bit.
that's what I was saying too, where it's like, so like from the way that the timeline works in my understanding is, yeah, they have the editor who's talking bullshit about them, whatever. Okay, you made a point to say that maybe Ian should have stuck up for them there. I think that's valid. I don't necessarily, I'm on the record saying I don't think that Ian and Anissa had some obligation to back up H3 publicly, but
Absolutely not.
no, but where the turning point was, and what I think you did point out very well in your video, is that they say that they don't want to get involved in it. Then they get on their podcast and talk about it for like at least a half an hour at a time, if not the whole podcast. And they're indirectly involving themselves in the situation, giving Hassan Denims and them no pushback. And so then Ethan comes out after that and feels like he's been betrayed. I think that's valid. I think that's perfectly valid. So
yeah, and I don't know if you got to this point in the video, but like another thing that I point out is you'll notice how they kick Froggy off the card for collaborating with Sam Hyde and making jokes.
Yeah,
and
which was
they
bullshit.
expected all their friends to be on board with it. How can you get upset with Froggy based on who he's friends with and not understand why Ethan's going to be upset based on who you're friends with?
Oh, easily. Yeah. No, yeah, because he's trying to, I get exactly what you mean there. idubbbz feels slighted because one of his friends is friends with someone else, or someone that he's involved with business. Froggy Fresh is friends with someone else. And then he excludes him from all that or whatever. But Ethan is rightfully suspecting that he's friends with Hassan Denims and them. And then, yeah, he's trying to pull some bullshit where it's like, that's unfair for Ethan to assume, yet that's exactly what ended up happening. And
what's really funny is I'm realizing now, like remembering some of my memories of Creator Clash 2, that I've seen all of these people in person. Like the only one I actually spoke with is Hassan.
Really?
But I have seen Frogan. I've seen Denims in person because they were all like, I mean, they were right in front of me.
Well, Denims is much easier on the eyes than Frogan, to say the least.
Yeah. Yeah. I avoided saying some things that I've probably said on stream and some unlisted VODs about Frogan. Mainly because not necessarily avoiding criticism, but more so just I don't want to give them that edge where they can say, "Oh, you only made fun of her because she's a hijabi."
I agree with that, and honestly, like it's pretty bottom of the barrel stuff. Like, yeah, I said it too in the video. Like, she's a piece of shit. She's highly controversial. I said above all else, Frogan is stupid because even
but I couldn't help myself.
Yeah,
for a couple of edits.
No, yeah, I think you got your point across good. Where it's like Frogan is stupid though. What I'm saying, where it's like she doesn't have to involve herself in all this as much as she does. Yet she still chooses to and then plays victim after. And it's like, well, you asked to be a part of this. So what is there to cry about?
Yeah. There's a lot to unpack with Frogan, where it's like she's by far the smallest creator here. Like before I even uploaded my content cop, like I was definitely more like relevant and getting more traction view wise than she was.
Right now you could go live and get more live viewers than she does.
Last night I had 200 concurrent.
Easily, yeah, right there.
Yeah,
smoked.
Like 40.
I know. Yeah, smoked.
So like I'm pretty sure if she's live right now, you probably have more concurrent than her.
There's a real potential.
Yeah. Like she's very irrelevant and she's very unlikable.
But the most astroturfed by far, where there's this manufactured consensus around her where people, they just promote her like crazy. Yet that's the craziest thing to think too. With somebody like idubbbz and Hassan and all them promoting Frogan, all this, you would think she would get some kind of traction, right? If there was something there.
I think the reason for that is just because like there's 2 waiting rooms, both female, right?
One of them obviously less of a tax on the eyes than the other.
And audibly, you know.
Yeah.
Denims is easier to listen to.
Yeah. No, true too there. She is a little smarter than Frogan too. Like I'll give her that.
Sorry. I got it on the soundboard.
Yeah. No, that's
I remember first hearing that and just wanting like I regretted having ears at that point in time. It's just like it's not. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. And that's no like. I'm sure she has the ability to be a sweet person, but just the things that she has said about veterans, the things she said towards Ethan, the disgusting tweet she made, like, look, yeah, you can hate a government as much as you want, but cheering on the killing of innocent people, no matter what, I think that's gross, fundamentally.
And wishing PTSD on people, yeah.
Yeah, fundamentally, I think that's gross. Like, you can say what you want about settlers, you can say what you want about the government, but when it comes to innocent families on either side, it is fucked up.
And I want to expand on that a bit too, because I have that similar feeling where it's like, I think you and I both understand that these people are very much human beings when they get off their stream and stuff like that. And it's like, like there's a certain kind of like character or persona you step into when you go out live on the internet, all this stuff and all that. It's like, I think you and I, we both understand that these people are people, but at the end of the day, if you're putting something out there on the internet the way that they do, it's just, do I even need to say more? Like, right?
Yeah.
It's just, you can't just outright make these sweeping absolute claims and expect zero pushback and then hide behind the fact that you have some sort of identity that is the main concern. Yeah, like people are calling Frogan fat. Everyone has seen Tectone has recently been like threatened of permanently being banned on Twitch for calling her fat. I'm just like, I'm sorry, but it's like, of all things, that's like the mildest criticism you could give her.
Yeah. I think, and there's something to criticize there where it's like, there's a lot more substantial things to criticize her on other than the fact that she clearly doesn't exercise enough.
It's to say the least.
And like, by the way, big ups to Tectone. He shouted out the video, so
big ups.
Although, well, there's some, I don't know what's going on there, but I've seen a couple things on Twitter.
Dude, people are waiting. They're ready for your next one. I'm telling you, it doesn't have to be a content cop, but like you clearly are tuned into this situation. I think people appreciate that.
Let's just say there is a person that briefly appears in this video that I would not mind making another content cop on.
Oh, we're talking full blown content cop, like skits, the title, everything. Oh, okay.
Okay. It's not. They're not political.
Not anyone that anyone would assume immediately. Probably.
No.
Okay.
No. And none of the big annoying people that everyone else has already talked about.
Okay.
But someone who's definitely a snake in the grass that needs to be stomped on.
I can appreciate that, yeah, or whatever. I just appreciate when someone, I can tell that in many ways this is a one-off video, but also you probably have a lot more to say, but it's like, I appreciate just all the passion that went into it in the first place.
Yeah.
I really do.
And I have thought about making a content deputy, but I feel like that could be seen as disingenuous writing.
No, you only do that if there's a direct response.
Yeah.
I'm guessing they're going to sweep this under the rug, but
I know for a fact Ian definitely knows about it.
Well, he would have to, just based off his mentions, and like you go into your channel stats or whatever, you can actually like check people that have used you in your title and all that stuff. Yeah, no, he knows for sure.
Ian 100% knows. Not to mention the fact that Ethan has signal boosted it. He clearly checks like these like subreddits.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He probably checks his Kiwi Farms page. He probably checks,
there's a lot on Kiwi Farms, by the way, people. Anyone watching this, if they want to check it out.
Yeah. It's not for the faint of heart, I should say, though.
Yeah.
If you're very sensitive to certain things, it's probably not the best place to be.
Yeah.
But it's like Ian turned into a lol cow, and probably because of his wife pushing him into. Because, I mean, there is something to be said about, and something my parents always told me, the company who you keep kind of shapes who you are. And there's probably some merit to this, and I'm not saying, like, she legitimately ruined his career, because I'm a person who firmly believes that Ian has always had agency over himself.
No, it's his own free will. And, I totally agree with you, where it's like, she was in many ways the catalyst, but she's not the reason. Yeah.
She played a part, but
He
I'm
chose to
sure-
go along with her.
I'm sure if he didn't want to, she would have either stuck around or broke up with him, and that would have been that.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't be probably talking about this as much, but as I was saying, I almost lost my train of thought there. He
Sorry.
no, that was on me.
Yeah.
But Ian definitely had agency, and I think because of that, this video is really, or not this video, this situation has brought upon himself, and he's created a locale out of himself because of how open he's become. And people seem to think that being an open book, it's not always a bad thing.
I agree.
But,
yeah.
Like, you can speak your mind and not be, this pathetic.
Well, it's the blatant backstabbing too, where it's like he
Yeah.
says that he doesn't want to get involved in it, puts out a whole podcast about it, and then Ethan responds accordingly. Because that's the other thing that I wanted to focus on too, is that Ethan in that podcast, and you showed clips from this podcast where he's outright denouncing the Content Cop videos in this podcast, saying that he doesn't want to participate in this harassment, anything like that. 3 weeks later, we get Content Cop H3.
Yeah, it was very clear that he knew exactly what he was doing, because he was talking about it in this podcast, as well as straight up admitting that these people were getting harassed because of him.
Yeah.
Which I don't necessarily believe was his fault. I mean, you pointing out the shitty actions of someone else and someone, getting flack for it is not your fault.
Yeah.
You're just pointing it, you're criticizing people. I think Ian has lost the understanding of why, or doesn't understand why he deserves criticism.
Yeah, and
I don't think he gets it.
It seems painfully obvious to me, but he's clearly just lost. I mean, I have to imagine I imagine in the first place that the Content Cop video, especially the more political parts, was just Hassan talking in Ian's ear. Because you've watched the podcast. He doesn't know shit about what he's talking about.
No.
He really doesn't.
No. It's pretty obvious.
Well, it was all just a vessel of it. Like, it was a vessel for hate for like Hassan Denims and them to channel through him more than anything.
Right.
Like, and then, so like, I want to say that, like, I really appreciate everything in general that you've compiled into this one video. I think it's very concise, and I think that you hit on pretty much all the major criticisms. You said that, like, you're teasing a bit, like you've got a few other ideas for future videos. I appreciate that as well, because I think people want to hear them at some point. But in general, I guess, like, where do you think this is going at this point? Because it's, like I said, it's kind of gotten boring to the point where I'm a better person than you. No, I'm a better person than you. And you admit yourself that, like, Ethan has a lot to be criticized here or whatever. But as far as, like, the reason that this video is about Ian has to do with him snaking his friend more than anything else. I think we can agree on that, right?
Right.
So it's like, from here, do you think that, because I think the Content Deputy video was a real flop. I think he tried to manipulate people into thinking like Ethan was the aggressor, when really it was more like Ian escalated this unnecessarily. Is that accurate to say?
I would say so. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
he totally. Yeah, no, he had agency to just, if he genuinely wanted to stay out of it, he could have.
Well, he said in the podcast, "I'm staying out of this. I don't want to. I'm not making any Content Cop sucks. Who did that? I don't even know content who." And then he makes one 3 weeks later. So, like, I mean, from here though, now that he's getting all this backlash, all this or whatever, do you think that because has Ethan responded yet to the Content Deputy directly?
He made it.
Right. So do you think based off any of that Ian is going to further respond, or do you think that this is kind of going to die out at this point?
I think, knowing Ian, he might keep this going. This might be a forever war.
Yeah.
And I really I think it's silly.
Well, yeah, it's starting to get boring, like I said, where it's like you kind of hit on everything in your video, and it's like, from here, I mean, so, okay, they disagree politically and they had a bit of a falling out privately. But other than that, what shit is there to fling at each other?
Right. Like, I just don't see it going further, to be honest.
It probably shouldn't. But, I mean, wherever this situation ends up, I mean, we'll have to find out. But, like, I am very curious to hear whatever further criticisms you'll have for other people here on out.
Yeah.
It's like, I think this is a very well-made video, and I think you've shown a lot of potential with, like, your ability to call out certain things or whatever. Like, you clearly care more about, like, quality over quantity as well. If you're going to make a video like this, yeah, you're going to go on a deep dive on other people. So I guess we'll have to see if you make anything else. But in the meantime, this has been very entertaining. I think Ethan has very much enjoyed this. I think idubbbz has a lot to answer to if he were to directly respond to this video. I don't think he's gonna. I think he's too bitch made to do it. No.
He won't.
Yeah, for the same reason that like Ethan dodged Gokunaru's Death of H3 video for so many years. But
right.
Yeah. But
although I would love to see it.
Right? I mean, if he
who
wouldn't, right? Well, wait, because hang on. You saw that stream that he had with Hassan recently. Oh my God, dude, the cuck chair was in full swing. Was funny. Oh my God. Like it hit a point where you had to wonder if Hassan was directly shitting on Ian himself. Like
there were points it just felt sad.
It was pathetic. Oh my God. Like that one clip that's going around of him where he's just like projecting everything Ian is doing onto Ethan. He's just perfectly describing everything idubbbz is doing.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's a tough watch. And out of nowhere, of course, Hassan comes in to save his charity effort, his charity event from getting nothing or whatever. I hope you end up raising money more than them. Obviously, you know, we'll have to see how that goes. Funny. No, that would be funny. But like, yeah, Hassan's out here trying to fucking sweep for them, trying to raise up some money at the last minute. And yes, it was a tough stream.
It was tough to watch, but yeah.
Are you thinking about responding directly to it? Like maybe in a live stream or?
Maybe, I don't know.
I know you had to have thought of it though. You had to have thought of it. Like,
yeah, but to be honest, I'm just not too interested in covering Hassan particularly.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Like you said with the comments, it's like you probably noted that you're probably getting the most pushback from like Hassan commenters, right?
Yeah,
or whatever.
Like, no one's really defending Ian particularly. Like there's a couple, but like it's all Hassan mainly.
And it's really unreasonable. Yeah, every criticism that I noticed that I've ever gotten when I cover Hassan here or there or whatever is they say that I'm being like uncharitable or that I'm not like, no, it's like, no, dude, this is what he's saying. I mean,
yeah,
I'm not saying that his political takes are wrong per se, but like, fuck, do you want this guy representing you? Do you?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I do have to wrap up because I have to see my girl, but it was great talking to you, man.
No, I appreciate all the time you've given me, and I appreciate the insight you've given too. I am hoping that, hey, maybe you got another banger coming up. I think you maybe have something in the works, but like this is very well thought out, and I appreciate just like the passion that you put into this video as well, because like it takes someone like you who was a former fan of idubbbz to be able to properly deconstruct everything here. Like,
right.
You really went into detail and captured the style, which I really appreciate. So like, thank you again so much for even just letting me clear up some of those things.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, really appreciate the insight. I wish you good luck in everything from here on out. Cause we're not sure exactly what turn you're going to take, but thanks again.
All right. My next video will be an apology though.
Really?
Yeah. I'm going to apologize for all the cruel, hurtful content I made.
Well, it's only fair because you have empathy, right? You've unlocked empathy at 20. You're ahead by idubbbz by a decade.
I'm far ahead. All right, anyway, it was good talking to you, man.
No, I really appreciate it, Cameron. Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
good shit.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right, see you.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool dude. He gets it. I know he gets it. He understands everything that Ian's been going through this whole time. He seems to understand where this is all going. I think this was the perfect time that he dropped this video. He dropped it at the perfect time to be criticizing idubbbz. I think this is going to hit 1 million views or more. Either way, it's been some great insight we got from Cameron. I'm going to rip a piss real quick because I really got to piss out all this whiskey we've been sipping. But I'll be right back. So, we'll finish out this video. That was very nice of Cameron to give us some more insight. Really appreciate it from him. Finish out this video, like I promised earlier. Might be finishing Fallout New Vegas tonight. That'll be fun. But let's see this to the end.
Wait, I can't even tell if Ian's just fucking stupid or malicious. I'm leaning on malicious, but sometimes the shit he does is just so fucking retarded.
All right, so where we're at, he's talking about the hypocrisy with Ian. He's going a little more in depth with that. And I agree, actually, that like it gets to a point where Ian tries to have this facade of like empathy, maturity, all this stuff. And at the same time, he's harassing the shit out of Ethan, all that. And it gets to a point where you have to assume that it's malicious. This is not just like good faith criticism. It's an attempt to actually totally slander and smear H3.
Eisen says the CPS call was the same day that H3 decided to call out Ian and Anissa, which is patently false. They didn't call into the fucking show and raid the show. The reason they reacted the way that they reacted is that when they were messaging you, people like Froggy Tonic and Denims were either directly or indirectly promoting the idea that CPS needed to be called on Ethan and Hila. When they reached out to you, you guys ignored them. This timeline is all fucked up because Froggy Tonic's tweets talking about Ethan as a father and Denim's reacting to Bad Empanado was all before the CPS call. That's why you were in the discussion. That's why they were trying to reach out to you. You ignored them. That's why they talk shit publicly.
Horseshit. He's lying. Like, the whole thing is a fucking lie. He's manipulating his audience. We did not have a close relationship.
How many times are you...
It's so bullshit. Obviously, they had a close relationship. Close enough to the point where you consider it a betrayal. He says at one point earlier in the video, oh, that was the moment that we don't like you anymore. We don't fuck with you. And it's like, well, at some point you fucked with them, is what that implies. At the very least, you look at idubbbz's channel itself. I mean, there's plenty of videos featuring H3 where it's like they were obviously friends. I'll take it. Maybe they weren't as close of friends as everyone likes to assume, but at the very least, you can't help but feel like people are right to assume that you guys are friends on some level.
You're gonna recharacterize this friendship. When it's convenient, they're close friends. When it's inconvenient, they're horrible fucking light friends. You guys barely fucking knew each other. Yeah, just one of those friendships where you go to each other's houses and meet each other's families and have dinners and sleep over for weeks on end and make shit tons of content public.
Facts. Just straight up right there.
Go to each other when you need favors for each other's careers. Just one of those little buddy, like tiny little, handshake kind of friendships, you know?
He's gonna justify the CPS call. Everyone get ready for the war zone. Thank you, Yoko Ono. That's actually Ian's wife who says that.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Hila's defense. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
Oh,
and now Hila has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS.
Again, Ethan shouldn't be doing that, but they interpreted that in bad faith and signal boosted, blew it up to the point where there was a call that actually was made, and you can almost guarantee that call came from either Denim's chat or Bad Empanado's chat. There's no way around it. It's not a valid escalation. Ian is like, he actually comes out and justifies the CPS call when it's probably the single most indefensible thing in this whole situation.
Including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number.
I could not believe this when I saw this, when Ian decided to justify the CPS call, saying H3's fans were probably the ones behind it. Absolutely not. This podcast episode and those chat messages were weeks before the call, A. B, they're clearly joking. I know you've been on live streams before. Chat makes a lot of jokes at people's expenses. That's very normal. And you cannot sit here and lie and pretend like Denims was not being malicious. Froggy was not being malicious.
Oh, Denims was absolutely being malicious. There's no way around it. If you watch the full clips of her, she's outright like promoting this narrative that the Kleins probably should not be taking care of their kids in the environment that they are. And it's just total bullshit. There's no way around it.
And Bad Empanado is not being malicious when they were sharing that shit about Ethan trying to relitigate the situation and make it into something it wasn't. At that point, Giardi had already been debunked.
I don't trust you, and I'm glad I didn't trust you, because in your video defending yourself, you used a video that takes context from like 3 different places and combines them to make it seem like someone is coordinating an attack on you.
That's unironically what Ian did. He's completely projecting here. Unironically, that is exactly how idubbbz has approached this situation from the beginning.
You do the same thing as Ethan by showing the chats?
Including Ethan's own chat.
That's clearly an edit, okay? You compiled chats, so did Ethan. Anyone with a brain can recognize that that's an edit. That's not the actual chat going over top the screen. Like, the call was clearly a malicious attempt to harass Ethan. Anyone with a brain can easily recognize that.
Yeah, there's no debate about it. It's one of the most clear-cut things about this whole drama.
I guess Ian agrees with Bad Empanada, so that's something. Also, notice how he doesn't mention the human skulls in this video, because that doesn't fit that, oh, it's his fans harassing him.
Or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of awful taste but great execution.
It is a bad tattoo, in fairness. Ian is criticizing Ethan's tattoo of his wife right here. Fair enough. It's not a great looking tattoo. Not the best photo of Hila he could have chosen, but Ian is the last person to bitch about someone's tattoos.
Reddit, which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for the artists that you work with, because that means that they did a good job from a technical standpoint, but it's sort of a failure in every other aspect.
Oh, so now you're gonna attack his wife. After you've cried for years about people making fun of your wife, you have now opened your wife to a world of criticism from an entirely new audience, and believe me, there's a lot of subject matter. Ian, I'm making this video because you don't understand why you're worthy of criticism. I also like how you don't show the real ratio. You just show the one for idubbbz complaints. That's
oof. Oof. There's no other way around it.
That's really secure of you, Ian.
Stop! You violated the law.
Now we're going to talk a bit about Creator Clash, the boxing event started by Anissa's husband. Creator Clash is...
I respect the changing outfits. That's how you know that he recorded this over multiple days. That's a sign of a video with a lot of effort into it.
It's an influencer boxing event meant to gather in a bunch of creators that you wouldn't expect to get in the ring to fight it out, all for charity. The first one was a major success, raising over $1 million for charity, and even every fighter got a bonus, but they didn't have enough to pay Airsoft Fatty, apparently. It wasn't without controversy, however, as Ian banned Sam Hyde, someone who helped one of the other fighters, Harley Morenstein, train for the event.
Yeah, and when he banned Sam Hyde, Sam was willingly going to pledge like tens of thousands of dollars to the charity Ian was raising money for, and he actively said that he did not want Sam Hyde's donation to that charity. He just wanted Sam away from the event, which is kind of fucked up if you think about it, where it's like they could have raised so much more money with his donation.
Event and was a subject of one of Ian's documentaries. He ended up refunding $10,000 worth of tickets that could have gone to charity to Sam. However, this success did not translate over to the next event. They ignorantly and stupidly assumed that the sequel event would garner more success than the original event. They took no anti-piracy measures, booked a much bigger venue, the Tampa Bay Lightning Stadium, added 4 more fights to the card, paid top dollar for a professional wrestler who isn't even an influencer to...
And they threw a giant party for all of the Twitch streamer friends that they invited to the event. And they lost money for the charity.
Fight on the card. They added special parties like galas and photo opportunities before and after the event, and they paid for the flights of many big creators who weren't even fighting on the event. And guess who got paid flights to the event? You know, Denim, Sasan, you know, the whole crew. And can I say, when you're operating at a loss, you can tend to see that pattern really early on. When you have to pay for that $20,000 comedian, in the end, they came out with a $250,000 deficit to their bank accounts and 0 money for charity.
And then afterwards, they did a pity stream a few days later that raised money for charity in the wake of the failed event. But it just raises the question, like, why even have the event in the first place? Because they could have raised so much more by just not throwing the event.
Ian tried rectifying this by doing a charity stream, but only ended up raising $162,000 out of the $250,000. That's not even an idubbbz empathy meter worth of what they raised last time. On top of all of that, Ian caused a lot of controversy before the event, causing a lot of people to try to refund their tickets before they disabled that ability by kicking Froggy Fresh off the card over some dumb Twitter drama and collaborating with Sam Hyde. Mind you, Harley Morenstein the previous year had also collaborated with Sam Hyde. So this was pretty shocking to a lot of fans. One of the reasons I brought that up is because Ian had such a problem with Froggy being friends with Sam Hyde and collaborating with him, but does not understand why Ethan wants people associated with him condemned who have done all this shit to him. Another YouTuber, Jadion, even offered $100,000 to fund Creator Clash if Ian just let Froggy Fresh fight.
I remember that. It's so true. Like, people were coming out of the woodworks left and right trying to keep the event going. And at the end of the day, Ian and Anissa never cared about charity. They just wanted to run the event the way that they wanted to run it. And they wanted to network with the creators that were invited to the event. And they just like actively turned down potential opportunities for raising more money for charity for the sake of the integrity of whatever stupid event they were trying to hold. It was ridiculous. They could have raised so much more money being more open.
Which Ian declined. This means on top of all of their expenses, they had to pay for another fighter as well. That same fighter pummeled the fuck out of Chris Raygun because their weight and height difference was pretty major. Now let me be clear. The event was fun. I went and I had a great time. I got to meet lots of creators and get to reconnect with a lot of people that I hadn't seen in years. Plus I got to make new friends. I even met Hassan. It was a fun event and I don't regret going. With all that said, you don't screw up.
He did mention when we talked to him that he had a conversation with Hassan or whatever, or that he spoke to him briefly. That's so funny in hindsight of all this.
Up charity. Even calling this boxing event charity is pretty misleading. It implies that there is no for-profit element whatsoever. Anissa and Ian had a mask-off moment on the H3 podcast.
And we kind of want it to be like a Super Bowl, like every year.
Do you want to do it again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
If it works out, then we can do that. And there could always be a charity aspect to it.
Yeah, they cared more about the spectacle than they did about the charity. Everyone knows this at this point. It's painfully obvious. It's sad.
You know, but I think the main goal is just to get the people paid who are involved in making it happen.
You'd think if they wanted to right their wrongs and ask for a second chance at charity, they would downsize a bit. And sure, they did that fighter-wise, but maybe less dinners, less galas and shit before and after the event. Maybe don't re-rent the Tampa Bay Lightning Stadium that you couldn't even fill last time. And also maybe don't jeopardize your event by putting one of your fighters who is from one of the biggest promotion opportunities that you've had at your past two events in a shitty situation like you've just done. A little update on the situation. So one of the main card fighters, Harley Morenstein from Epic Mealtime, dropped out. Why did he drop out? Well, one of the reasons was because when he agreed to fight, they agreed that all fighters would be getting paid the same amount. But when Harley talked to his opponent,
yeah, he found out that the guy he was slated to fight, LA Beast. By the way, big fan of LA Beast. We are pro LA Beast over on the BUMBA YouTube channel. But apparently LA Beast was getting paid a lot more than Harley. And that right off the bat is like, if you're trying to keep the event going, you're trying to keep the money coming in for the charity, all that stuff, you can't be pissing off your main card fighter.
LA Beast, turns out he was getting paid more. Another reason is Harley felt quite uncomfortable with this whole drama, with Ian seeming to side with pro-terrorist and pro-Hamas people like Hassan, Denims, and Frogan. And by the way, I don't know if you knew this, I don't know if you could tell by the fucking last name, but Harley Morenstein is a Jew! The main card of this fight was not meant to...
Yeah, a little awkward that Ian is taking a stand against the state of Israel while also having Harley on the main card. Yeah, it's kind of stupid again for them to conflate the whole like charity aspect of this like event with this like super drama heavy situation centered around a political movement. You don't want to get political the minute you want to get money in for charity. You want to be as least offensive as possible.
B, Israel versus Palestine. It was supposed to be Harley versus LA Beast. He was also quite uncomfortable with the use of the swastika sword in the content cop. And unfortunately, shortly after, Lena Ayad from the H3 podcast, the wife of AB, decided to drop out as well. And what's really fucked up about that is, as I said, if Ian had a spine, he would buy her out. He didn't, and that's fucked up. But thankfully, Ethan did decide to cover the costs that Lena and AB were going to face because Ian decided not to buy them out, which is nice. Creator Clash 3 will likely fail, and I won't be supporting it. However, I will be rooting for Lena on the sidelines. Maybe if shit hadn't hit the fan and there was better marketing, I would have ended up going again. However, given the fact that the UFC and Jake Paul are also having fighting events the same night across the country, and that VidCon is literally the week before all the way across the country.
Yeah, Creator Clash is screwed. Literally, Jake Paul is fighting the same night. They're cooked. I mean, Ian and Anissa stepped away from it. They're no longer financially tied to it, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. But big picture now, the event is screwed.
I don't see much success here, and those ticket sales are not looking too good. I'll paraphrase something that Nicholas Diorio said. If you want to support charity, donate directly. If you want to waste money, donate to me.
Anissa and I have decided...
Facts. You want to raise money for this? Donate right here to where Cameron has linked for the fundraiser on this video. It would be hilarious if they raised more money.
To step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous 2 events. They're very capable. They know exactly what they're doing. They run events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anissa and I just don't have any financial ties. We don't have any ownership. We are, you know, I think just going to be known as the founders.
Fucking weaselly bitches they are for that.
Of the event.
Another grand idea that Ian had was to give the event to the people who ran the last 2 events. Were they a part of the financial decisions to run all those galas, buy out the hotels, get the comedian and all that other shit? I'd like to see the finances. Were they a part of those shitty financial decisions? Let's see some accounting. And speaking of accounting, I find it extremely suspicious that you claim that you're not getting any financial benefit from this. You made a big investment to make this event, and you're just not going to get anything back from it?
I agree with that. It is a little suspicious. Like, I find it pretty hard to believe that they're able to just step away from this completely. And maybe they sold it, so they got some money from the buyout. But, like, they have to have some sort of stake in this for it to still be going on. Somebody has some stake in this because the event is going to be presented.
I don't buy that for a fucking second. It's just not how finance works. You are most certainly getting your investment back if you have any smarts whatsoever. And if not, I just find it extremely suspicious. Let's see some fucking accounting, because I don't believe that for a second. You've proven to be malicious. You might not be gaining anything financially, but you sure as hell have to be getting your investment back, which means less money for charity. You also gotta love this characterization that it's because of drama and not that Ian and Issa did anything wrong. You guys fucked up the last event. You fucked this event, but it's not your fault. It's all H3's fault. You guys are free from any blame.
Yeah, the fact that they tried to blame H3 is just a waste of time. Everybody knows it's Ian and Anissa's fault.
Because of everyone else. You're just so fucking spineless, dude.
You bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, like, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before the content cop even came out.
Which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you are saying that you didn't have a problem with any of it until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath. You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her.
Yeah, Ian did. All right, Leno's the person who works for Ethan, all right, and she was set to fight at Creator Clash, and then Ian comes out with this content cop about her boss. It's like, that's on Ian. He tries to blame Ethan for it because, of course, idubbbz had to make the content cop, but as we've already established, that's probably like an unreasonable escalation of this situation is what it was with idubbbz creating this content cop. So it's not Ethan's fault that you decided to make a hypercritical video about her boss, and now she doesn't feel comfortable being a part of Creator Clash.
Why would I do such a thing to Lena? Dude, you have as much agency as I do.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
Exactly.
You have no fucking place to blame Ethan for the Lena situation. Why did Harley drop out then? Was that Ethan's fault too? It's because you're a horrible fucking boss. To wrap up this video, we're going to take a look at what growing and changing looks like. Losing all sense of irony, not pushing vulnerable people's buttons unless it's beneficial to your career. Don't morally grandstand unless you've grown and changed. Harassment is bad, with one exception. Racism is bad, but anti-Semitism is okay. It's okay if you promote terrorists, but not if you condemn them. America deserved 9/11. Either all of them are okay or none of them okay? No, but some of them are. Having money is bad. I'm being a bit facetious, however, it is pretty clear that while yes, Ian has changed, it doesn't seem like he gained any empathy for anyone other than himself. In fact, I almost argue that Ian is more bigoted now than he ever was. Like,
That's actually so true. That's kind of what I was saying, whereas like in my video criticizing the content deputy, I said that the old content cops were more mature. It's because he actually stuck to like valid criticisms about the overall person's career and all that other stuff, where it's like now it's just this political statement, which is very much like a coin flip to most people watching.
At least before he had the excuse of just making a joke, but all throughout his recent video, he was patronizing all kinds of groups of people. As for Anissa, I don't think Ian's change is entirely her fault. I think they have an equal role of this retardation. Anissa's problem is Anissa. She's extremely unlikable and always has been.
I would largely agree. I think that Ian has allowed a lot of this to take place, and Anissa was merely just the catalyst or whatever. But like, it is undoubtable to also say that like Anissa is responsible for the influence that has taken over Ian. Like, Ian is responsible for caving into that influence, but she's provided the inspiration for all of this.
Ian sees something in her, and I guess good for him, but take one look at her Twitter and see why people feel the way they feel about her. She does herself no favors. Ian, if you're going to be upset...
He went very light on her there. There's a lot of specific things you could dig up that would be much worse. He went very easy on her there.
With Ethan wanting you to speak out, maybe don't give him a reason to be upset by openly endorsing Froggy Tonic and Denims after what they did, making it clear whose side you're taking on your podcast, or make a 1-hour video shitting on the guy. Now, as someone who has benefited from the use of therapy, I gotta say that this weaponization and reliability of therapy is extremely fucking annoying and overdone.
Well, it's disingenuous, yeah. Like, there's plenty of beneficial things about therapy. I could speak to that too, but it's disingenuous to suspect that like Ethan is just unreasonably crashing out over all this stuff when, largely speaking, Ethan has been defending himself.
At this point, it's beyond concern trolling. Can I just say, if I was deeply depressed and thinking about getting help, and I saw this latest video of Anissa's husband recommending therapy to me, I would run away. His latest video is anti-therapy propaganda. Finally, the last point I'll mention on this episode is about the series itself. Content Cop was always meant to be a little bit funny. However, in this latest one on H3, I think I audibly chuckled only a few times, and most of it was because of jokes that Ethan was making in the clips. There was only one occasion where one of Ian's jokes actually landed. In conclusion, being pro-Palestine or making charity events does not absolve you of criticism. And I can't find a person more worthy of criticism than idubbbz. But that's going to do it for today's episode of Content Cop. If you have any recommendations or if you want me to keep going, just let me know in the comments below. If you'd like to see some of my sources, the link...
Very good video. We had him on for a minute on the stream. We talked to him, asked him some questions. I think he made a lot of great points throughout the video. There's no way around it. It was entertaining. He incorporated some skits there. And it's just, if anyone's been following this situation up until this point, this is one of the quintessential videos to look at because it kind of covers everything that there is to talk about. And like, largely speaking, like I've said, I think there's a lot of valid things to criticize Ethan for, but idubbbz is very much out of line for escalating things to the point that it's gotten to. There's just no way around that. And him and Anissa are really out of depth, like with a lot of the stuff that they're saying compared to the stuff that they've said in the past few years leading up to this. It's just, this is a really well-made video. He really covered all the bases here. Seems to be getting the support he deserves. I'm assuming this video is going to reach 1 million views at some point soon. I think he did a great job. I think he provided a lot of good insight when he came on, talked on the stream with us. If you guys are just joining in now, we actually had him on. We interviewed Cameron for a solid hour at least, and he had a lot of interesting things to say. So thank him again for coming on to the stream, talking about this stuff. I think it was a great, well-made video. I don't know where this situation is going to go from here. I think that, largely speaking, like I've been saying, it's getting a little boring at this point. Really, at this point, like, the only thing that could be done is Ethan's already responded to idubbbz's content deputy. I don't think idubbbz should choose to take this further, but he might. He might respond to Ethan's response. And at this point, the cycle is just going to keep going. I don't know. But largely speaking, I view this as a feud between Hassan and Ethan that Ian did not have to involve himself in. And now that Ian is involving himself and getting the blowback, like this kind of video getting dropped on his ass, it's like, I don't feel very sorry for him. So Ian dug this hole. We'll see if he ends up digging himself out of it. As far as tonight, the rest of this stream, now we are transitioning over here on the BUMBA YouTube channel. And I'm going to hop on Steam right here, boot up some Fallout New Vegas. I have been grinding the shit out of New Vegas for the first time in my life since the game actually came out. Like, honestly, for the longest time. I've been playing this game on and off since it came out, never actually finished it. And in the last week or two, I learned how to mod Fallout New Vegas and make it actually playable without crashing on my PC. And I'm getting close to the point where we might be at the end of the game. We might finish the game tonight. I'm not sure. But this will be my official first time ever finishing Fallout New Vegas since it came out. Very excited to see how this one goes. Rest of the stream, we're just going to be playing some Fallout New Vegas. Hope you guys enjoyed that interview that we had with the man Cameron himself. Very much enjoyed hearing what he had to say. But rest of the night, we're just chilling here. I'm over here in Fallout New Vegas. Got Eddie over here, my guy. So throughout my playthrough, since this is my first time actually playing through New Vegas, I've decided to side with Mr. House, I believe. I think Mr. House is the best option for the Mojave Wasteland. Not a perfect option, but the best option we have at our disposal. So my most recent time playing this game, we just murdered ruthlessly in cold blood the Brotherhood of Steel. I never actually finished Fallout 3. A lot of people have a lot of emotions about the Brotherhood of Steel because they were prominent in Fallout 3. I did not play that game, so I murdered them with very little remorse. And now we're about to report that murder to Mr. House himself. Check this out. So we'll go from here. Alright, let me just change up the Twitch category because they'll get mad at me. Word. Alright, so let's tell Mr. House how, like, we murdered the Brotherhood of Steel for simply existing.
Have you destroyed the Brotherhood of Steel?
Fuck yeah. Wiped the fuck out.
Single-handedly destroying a Brotherhood of Steel bunker is quite an accomplishment.
Oh yeah. I pulled it off though.
Troops have died trying to do the same.
I'm just built different.
News comes just in time as events in the wider world are coming to a head. Aaron Kimball, the president of the new California Republic, is going to visit Hoover Dam to boost morale. Apparently, he hasn't considered the effect on the troops' morale of seeing their beloved leader get his brains blown out by a Legion sniper. Unfortunately, I can't use you to protect Kimball. The NCR won't let you come within 1,000 feet of the president. Odds are that Caesar will launch his assault on the dam after Kimball's visit is concluded.
All right, so what should I do in the meantime then?
Between the Strip and Helios 1 lies the El Dorado Electric. Humble as it appears, the substation has immense strategic value, for it's there that you'll jumpstart the... Gain access to the substation's control room and install this override module. Just so you know.
All right. I guess I'll take care of it with no questions asked.
All preparations will have been made. The battle for Hoover Dam will be a...
Yeah, I'm siding with Mr. House in all of this.
Until the Lucky 38's...
He just wants me to pull this up. Okay, I've never been there yet, so we'll probably fast travel to there. But yeah, I decided to side with Mr. House because, I don't know, first of all, nobody's going to side with the Legion. I mean, they're a little extreme for most people, but NCR, fuck the NCR, you know? They just want to do everything that got the world to this point. We're siding with Mr. House. I don't care. So after wiping out the Brotherhood of Steel, now we gotta go fetch this for him. Yeah, I don't know what leads up to the ending in this game, but I just know based off what I've heard about the different endings that I probably want to side with Mr. House. So we're just doing everything he says. There's probably like multiple playthroughs I could do for this, where I side with one faction or the other, but I'm siding with Mr. House. He's been good to us. As you can see, I've got that NCR Ranger armor. Gotta have the iconic armor. Yeah, I added a sprint mod so that we would actually be able to get around the map. Other than that, we don't have any serious mods that are affecting the gameplay here.
Mess with any of the equipment here, and I'll mount your head on a stick.
Okay.
Just give us an excuse. Been too long since I...
Alright, nice to meet you guys too.
They got to President Kimball. They got to President
I think we gotta go here. There we go. That's what House wanted. We just gotta report back to him. Alright, yeah, no big deal. I just totally screwed over your faction in a way that you won't realize until a good minute from now. Let's see what House wants next.
Strip secure.
All right, I planted the thingy at the substation. What's the deal?
As you can see, Vegas is humming along. I've tested my C3I broadcasting arrays. Everything is in order. And just in time, as it turns out, the forces of Caesar's Legion are on the march, establishing a staging area east of the dam. Their assault could begin at any moment, so that's where you'll be heading, if you're ready.
Oh, is this the final quest line? Are we finally reaching the end here? What's the goal?
Your objective is to reach a control room halfway across the dam and install an override module similar to the one you used at the substation. The override will enable me to control the entire dam.
Okay.
You may remember how the bunker at the fort was rather dimly lit. Well, just like the Lucky 38, it needs a big jolt of electricity. You've already uploaded the new operating system to the Securitrons. All they need is power, and they'll be in fighting trim.
All right, all right. I have some questions first.
Even now,
Yes, why do you care if Kimball lives or dies?
I care because he is a known quantity. Not the man so much as the political Kimball rose to prominence as the hero of the Mojave when he led a campaign of reprisals against tribals who dared to attack NCRs. Ordering the occupation of Hoover Dam was his first act of office. As water and electricity flowed to NCR cities, conversely, his failure to annex the Mojave these 7 years and the immense costs of occupying a foreign land have eroded his popular support.
Okay, so basically he goes against your interests. You can't control him, so you want him taken care of. Fair enough. Why don't you want him to die, though?
Kimball's entire political career is inextricably bound up with the NCR's occupation of the Mojave. It's his war. If I compel the NCR to retreat, Kimball will be the sacrifice offered to the gods so decent NCR. In retrospect, the Mojave and Hoover Dam will seem like one man's misadventure. Kimball will be blamed, not me.
Oh, so you want the blame to get shifted onto him. Okay, okay, fair enough. What if he's assassinated?
Then the hero of the Mojave would become the martyr of Hoover Dam. And when, subsequently, I force the NCR to retreat, they lick their wounds and dream of righteous vengeance against New Vegas. Hello, embargo. Farewell, tourist economy. I've calculated and recalculated these probabilities. Kimball must live.
All right, we'll see how that goes. Let's get back to business, though.
Your objective is to install an override module in the control room halfway across.
Am I ready? Some things I would like to care of. Okay, quickly, let's save before continuing this, because this is a point of no return we're about to hit.
The Legion's assault could.
This might be the final quest line. I'm not sure, but
We've accomplished a great deal, you and I. One last task and our work is complete. I'll see.
all right. Yeah, this is like the last hurrah. Okay. Committing for Mr. House at the Hoover Dam, determine the fate of New Vegas. Okay. Let's do this. Let's finish the game. Let's play it to the completion. Never actually finished before. We're siding with the house. Oh, we not go here? Where do we go? Oh. Oh. Who are these guys? They're not our friends, are they? Yeah. Damn, we're just in the thick of it. All right. This is what siding with house looks like. I mean, honestly, we're so leveled up at this point. I don't think there's anything they could throw at us. Damn. All right. All right, we got to go around here, it looks like. Oh, shit. Everyone's already taken care of. Oh, you guys got power armor. All right.
I knew you'd make it. Resourceful as always.
Well, I've been good at my job so far.
Is functioning properly. I'm rerouting power to the Securitron vault. I just need you to head over to the East Power Plant and manually activate the switch. When you return topside, I think you'll see that my Securitron army is a little more than the Legion. Oh, and before you go, grab that printout spooling from the console here. Those papers set the terms for the NCR's unconditional. I thought you might enjoy the honor of presenting them to the NCR's commanding officer.
All right, fair enough. Yeah. Sounds good. I won't question. I'm just a courier. Oh, wait. Now you're mad at me? Oh, yeah. Well, I did just kind of betray you guys. Fair enough. All right. Tough break. Man, if only I had the ability to use power armor. Brutal. Oh shit, it's like going down. All right, we gotta get out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here. Oh, we level up. We already got repair maxed out there a good bit. Let's get that up. All right, this is fine enough. Yeah. I'll take it. Perks. What perk should I get? You know what? I'll take this one just because it also gives me sprint. Oh shit, what's happening? What's happening? Oh. Oh shit. Oh. Damn, that must be the boomers that we helped out. Fuck. Yeah, Mr. House doesn't fuck around. Okay. Yeah, so we did that. Guess we just head out of here. Right. Okay. Well, they were on the wrong side of New Vegas history. Damn, we're full on storming the Legion up here. Damn. I keep sprinting too much to actually use VATS. What we got? All right, wait. Stats. You're not friendly.
I want you to come before me.
Oh.
You bear the insignia of the bear, yet you do not wear it as a...
No, I'm just using this armor because it looks cool. I'm here to kill you. Yeah.
Enough words, then.
All right, let's get to it. Damn, wait, do I have armor-piercing bullets? I have to, somewhere. Come on. Oh, I don't. Okay. Then we've got this gun. Fuck. All right, he fucked me up. Okay. That was a tough break. What the fuck is shooting me? Damn. All right, we'll quick save here. All right, just before we talk to him.
And who are you to come?
I'm here to kill you. All right. Tri-beam. Come on. Oh my god. Oh, I should have came with armor-piercing rounds. I should have came with armor-piercing rounds. Do I have anything that... Oh, fuck. Armor-piercing? Hello? Nope. Just Magnum 44. Alright. Just 10 millimeter. Alright. Alright, Nope. Okay. Alright, we're hitting a point where we need to actually fucking focus up. What do we have? Maybe I should have grabbed more weapons. I've got more weapons than this.
And who are you to come?
Oh my god. Oh my god. No! I'm getting shit on. Alright, fuck. How do I beat this guy? Let's see. What gun do we... This is a cheat weapon. I could use that if I have no other choice, but like... Let's try not to cheat through this. We have to kill this guy.
And who are you to...
Come on. This should do a good enough job. I got this weapon from the Brotherhood of Steel. No, get up. All right. No! Alright, you know what? I don't care. Just because I want to finish this tonight without any more complications or any more grinding, we're gonna cheat. I've got this weapon right here that is a cheat weapon. As you can see, it deals 1800 damage, 6700 DPS. So we're gonna fucking vaporize this motherfucker.
Who are you to come before?
All right, let's see what you got. Yeah, how about you come at this bad boy? How about you? Yeah, that's what I thought. Look at that. I don't care. I cheated. What do you want from me? I cheated. Sue me. You know, we'll take his weapon just because it's cool. Some healing powder. Yeah. I don't care. I cheated. Sue me. He was tough. I could have grinded. I don't have the time. We're trying to finish this tonight. All right, where do I go though? Damn it. All right, now that I beat him, I thought that was the hard part. Where do I actually go? What do you have to say about this?
I will protect you.
You'll protect me. Okay, thanks. What the? Oh, shit. All right. Does the NCR have something to say about this?
Been a long time since I've seen the kind of work you've laid down today. A damn long time. And the screams of those Legion bastards as they kick dirt running east like a choir of angels to my ears. Speaking of, that crazy light show over the fort? What the fuck was that? Some kind of thumb of God you called down? Amazing. Fucking amazing. Could use 100 of you. Just scatter you over the east like jacks. Give those plum fucks the what for.
Mr. House sends his regards. The house always wins.
What the hell are you on about? House? He's just a rumor on this trip. Never leaves this.
Yeah, that's right. The double cross.
What is this Brahmin shit? I'm not getting the feeling we're all about to sing Kumbaya.
Oh, hell no. Signing isn't necessary, but I do have a paper. Yeah, I feel like that's snarky enough. I'll take it.
What the hell are you talking?
Yeah, that's right. Sign that shit.
What is this?
Yeah.
Free economic zone of New Vegas. What the hell does that mean? No, wait. Here we go. Demands NCR's immediate withdrawal. Withdraw? Like fucking hell we're withdrawing. We just held it. This paper of yours isn't fit to wipe my ass. If you think after all that's happened, I'm going to grab my ankles and take it like the Legion.
Oh. Terms are fair.
You know I won't surrender the dam. And certainly not to the ghost man of Vegas and his new right hand of the week.
Yeah, the alternative is worse. You'll do
this
it.
Place for years. Kicked one-legged out of here so hard Caesar burned him to a crisp. It's our post. We fought for it. I'll fight for it again today. If you're looking to convince me otherwise, you better have a lot more reasons than you just telling me to go.
All right. Yeah, our speech is not up to that par. Two choices: leave or fight.
Cashed out enough that my chances are pretty good. And like I said, I'm not leaving the dam now the Legion's been broken.
All right. Well, tough break, bro. Because there's no way you're making it out of this. Yeah, no way you guys are making it out of this. Sorry. We could have had a truce. The house always wins. There's my boy.
You know, I've had thousands of employees in my time. Few met my expectations. Fewer still surpassed them.
Thank
Your
you.
performance has
Thank
been
you.
nothing short of spectacular. If I have need for a specialist of your stripe again, I'll know just where to turn. Back to Vegas, shall we? I really should do something about that monorail with all the new resources at hand. I can make sure it not only runs, but runs on time. Always bothered me, the imprecision. The General's accident was unfortunate. With Kimball dead, the angry Californian public could have used an alternate scapegoat to pillory. In any case, Vegas might see a dip in revenue for a year or two, but eventually the tourists will come flooding back, and their money with them. Vegas will be a shining jewel in the middle of the desert, an oasis of light, a beacon to show mankind the way to the star. This is just the start, you see. This is where it all begins.
All right,
And so the
sick.
courier who had cheated death in the cemetery outside Good Springs.
We finished.
cheated death once again.
We finished
and
New
the Mojave
Vegas.
Wasteland was forever changed. Mr. House's Securitron army took control of Hoover Dam and the Strip, pushing both the Legion and the exhausted NCR out of New Vegas. Mr. House continued to run New Vegas his way, a despotic vision of pre-war glory. The streets were orderly, efficient, cold. New Vegas continued to be the sole place in the wasteland where fortunes were won and lost in the blink of an eye. The courier, cruel and merciless, had ensured that Mr. House would maintain complete control over New Vegas and everyone in it. Mr. House afforded him every luxury at his disposal in the Lucky 38.
Word.
Partly out of gratitude and partly out of fear.
Mr. House showed little interest on the boomers, who eventually began venturing out to Nellis to meet and trade with travelers.
The Fiends staged an attack against Camp McCarran during the Second Battle of Hoover Dam. During the NCR's retreat, the Fiends overwhelmed many of the troopers before Mr. House's Securitrons could deal with them.
After Mr. House gained control of New Vegas, he sent a Securitron to Good Springs as a token of appreciation for helping the courier. Victor was a mixed blessing, however, as he continually monitored the town for Mr. House.
During the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, some kings took it upon themselves to launch several attacks on NCR citizens and soldiers around Freeside. Mr. House looked on these actions favorably, seeing them as proof of the king's loyalty to New Vegas, and decided to leave them alone.
Despite their vigilance against potential attacks by the Legion, the citizens of Novak were no match for the courier. The motel and Dinky the Dinosaur were left vacant, a rare stop at best for travelers along Highway 95.
After Hoover Dam, the leaderless powder gangers at the correctional facility vanished into the wastes, leaving the prison empty. The correctional facility became another abandoned ruin in the wasteland, its carcass occasionally picked over by enterprising prospectors.
Armed with a wide array of improvised explosives and stolen weapons, the Vault 19 powder gang tormented the Mojave Wasteland for years. Citizens of the NCR were favorite targets, and they always suffered the worst fates.
Prim Slim proves to be an able-minded, if not able-bodied, sheriff for Prim. And due to his slow speed, some
Yeah, it
crooks
made the
get away
robot the
without
sheriff.
charge. But Prim continues to prosper under his watchful robotic eye.
Our guy, Eddie. Very kind
And
words.
so the courier's road came to an end, for now. In the new world of the Mojave Wasteland, fighting continued, blood was spilled, and many lived and died just as they had in the old world. Because war never changes.
Word. So that's how the game ends with Mr. House. I'm satisfied with my decision. I'm satisfied. I think Mr. House was the best choice. I could go more in depth, but it's very complicated. I know it's still debated to this day. But thank you guys so much for watching. Did a lot this stream. Finished Fallout New Vegas. And we covered the whole Content Cop idubbbz situation. That was very interesting. It was very nice for Cameron to hop on with us on the stream. So again, thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you guys gained some insight to everything with Ian idubbbz. Hope you enjoyed me finishing New Vegas at the end. You could scroll back on this stream to check out when Cameron was in here talking about the video he made about idubbbz. That was all great, but I'm signing off for the night. I hope you guys all enjoyed, and I'll catch you all later.